murders in this country.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the show. I'm David Sponheim, and today is Wasteful Wednesday. Let's try to make the most waste out of it that we possibly can. Waste our time, talk about radioactive waste, wasteful spending at the government level, the toxic waste brewing in our groundwater and our air, all that. But I was just reading the news and it slipped in during the middle of the intro, and I was shocked to find out that this old man, convicted murderer, says he killed 90 people and got away with it. So I clicked on the link and it started playing. A convicted murderer says he killed 90 people and got away with it. The FBI believes him. Very serious. Samuel Little was hoping to move prisons this past spring, but the 78-year-old already
He's confessed
was spending the rest of his life in prison.
Murders in this country, and over 30 of those have been confirmed so far.
Wow. He was serving 3 life sentences in California for murders committed in LA County. But a Texas Ranger trained in cold cases visited Little in jail. Over time, gained his trust. Little then provided details of the Ranger, linking himself to the 94 killing of Denise Christie brothers.
Odessa, near 2nd Street in Van. She was left there strangled.
God. Bland says over several months, Little provided details from nearly 90 killings across the country. And we're looking at those right there. All these areas that he claims he traveled and killed people. The most prolific serial killer in U.S. history at this point.
But now they will. And so even though it was delayed, it will not be denied.
All right, well, that's a tragic story. Sorry I had to interrupt the show with it, but man, there are people all around the world that are dangerous, bad people. And you have to always be wary of what they're doing at all times. I tell people who travel across the country, when you go to rest areas, always use the buddy system. Don't think for a second you can go out to the bathroom and you let your wife go to the bathroom and, you're sitting in the car wondering, well, where is she? She doesn't seem to be back, Always use the buddy system, follow, track each other. Do not ever fall for the scam, hey, can you help jump my car? We had a guy in our area trying to do that the other day. And I just said, Sarah, we're in a hurry. We can't jump his car. But more importantly, don't ever trust anybody that can't get a roadside serviceman to come to their car. I mean, you're in a very vulnerable position where you're out there with your car jumpers and jumper cables and, it's very vulnerable. Don't think you're being a good Samaritan to some person you have no idea who they are. So we have to be a little bit more guarded now, especially with serial killers roaming the country. They say that at any given time in America, there are 15 serial killers roaming the country killing people. Isn't that crazy? Okay, in the news today, we've got a reversal. The Senate is moving in on a resolution to rebuke Trump. It's called the Yemen resolution. Apparently, Trump's cozy relationship with Saudi Arabia is upsetting the Senate after the Khashoggi murder, who, according to the CIA, was caused by the Crown Prince MBS. So now they're rebuking, Senate advances Yemen in rebuke to Trump.
Is there any credibility to the administration's argument in your mind that by Americans pulling out, we make the humanitarian situation worse, not better?
The question is, who is the world's leading military power? And the last that I heard, it was not a 2-bit Saudi dictatorship. It was the United States of America. We have got to make the decision as to what happens in the war in Yemen and our role in that. And that's what the vote today is about.
Well, that's nice. The problem is Saudi government has been fighting Yemenis, and now the Senate wants to come in to defend Yemen. Yemen is an ally of our country. And ever since Jared Kushner got involved and the Saudis got involved, it's gotten weird and ugly. So maybe the Senate can sort it out, but I don't think that they should interfere with our relationship with Saudi Arabia. I think, just like Donald Trump is saying, and I've been saying it, of course, ahead of him, We need to be friendly towards Saudi Arabia and not prejudge the new crown prince. Using this case of a dead journalist, well, if he indeed is dead, we still haven't seen DNA confirmation of the body in the suitcase with the mangled face. We don't know if Jamal Khashoggi is dead or is in hiding because they're threatening his life. We still don't know that. But the CIA seems to know that, which is kind of weird. Okay, a New York Catholic church paid lobbyists $2.1 million to block child sex abuse law reform. That's crazy. Separation of church and state strictly prevents churches from interfering with laws, and similarly politicians appealing to church votes. But now the Catholic Church has been so bereft of their duties, they haven't done the right thing. They haven't prosecuted the 300 pedophiles in Pittsburgh, or Pennsylvania, they claim, have molested over 1,000 kids. So the pontiff hasn't done anything. So now we're finding out that they've been doing other things instead, like trying to manipulate laws, preventing anyone from actually getting arrested for molesting children. Wow, very seriously messed up thing happening. So this is all connected to politics, big, huge donors from the Catholic Church. They donated to Albany lobbyists $2.1 million to help block legislation. Okay, if the bill passed, the version of which is still pending would change New York state law to allow a 1-year window in which victims older than 23 could bring lawsuits against their abusers. So they were lobbying against that. They don't want anyone to say, hey, when you were an altar boy, you were molested. Happened in my area. The priest in my area that was here for years was accused by four young men of having molested them. And his entire life went upside down. They pulled him out. And our area is actually a gleaming example of how they prosecute people like that. In fact, our priest in our area at our local Catholic Church has a national letter to the pontiff requesting more action against pedophiles in the church. Very forthright letter he wrote. Father Paul wrote that letter. But the pontiff is ignoring all these recommendations from other priests, and he's trying to skate along and pretend like there's nothing wrong, even though Cardinal McCarrick, next in command, really, is been accused of molesting 2 boys, and he has been rising in the ranks as opposed to being, put away to pasture by Pope Francis. So a lot of Catholics are very concerned. It's an ongoing thing in the Catholic Church about the priest's the Pope's inactivity at stopping this. Okay. A vintage soda brand, Original New York Seltzer, is making a comeback. All right, that's kind of a good thing. Today I did some recycling. I recycled my plastic products, and I found out that a lot of plastic they won't take anymore. All the yogurt containers they won't take, because China is turning away all kinds of recyclables, and Trump isn't doing anything to prevent this from happening. All right, he's going to massage you in a different position next to the Christmas tree. That's good to hear. Thanks for sharing. Defunct retro soda company Original New York Seltzer rallies to conquer carbonated drinks. Wow. When beloved products are resurrected from the dead, those comebacks can be a hit or miss. There's always immense pressure to tap into a former fan base. Making a triumphant return after 2-decade absence, beginning with online sales and expanding to grocery stores. Founded in 1981, a father and son team out of Walnut, California, created the New York Seltzer Company. That's kind of nice. A lot of promotions for seltzer right now. Very, very weird. I went to the store and they had San Pellegrino out there. Everything is like major. I guess it's the season for seltzer. 'Tis the season to get loaded. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I don't drink, so I don't know. Yeah, I heard the Secret Service raided Tom Arnold. We know. We even played the video. He was kind of grilled over issues. I don't think Tom Arnold threatened the president, but yet he came very close to being, accused of that. Okay. You keep looking at your slippers. That's nice. At least you have something to do in your life. Better than nothing, right? So we talked about a serial killer of 90 people, pedophiles in the Catholic Church, and then them trying to manipulate New York law. Senate rebuking Trump about Yemen. We'll get to that later. Oh, and then Nancy Pelosi has won the Democratic Speaker nomination. Well, that's nice. Somebody should nominate another Democratic Speaker. It'd be nice to have somebody else besides this woman who really has a hard time assembling words now that she's getting on in years. And does the Democratic Party really want to revamp themselves with an old woman? And then Hillary Clinton still pretending like she's coming back into the scene and she's making a comeback. Hillary's going to be back soon. Yeah. She might even run for 2020. It's possible. There won't be a vote on this until the new House convenes. So the Democrats won't get a chance to vote for a new speaker until then. Yeah, they've got to get bitter people. It's just crazy. Hey, tonight's theme is waste, cutting your personal waste, getting out of debt. And the only pathway to solvency is saving, believe it or not. It's not spending more money. You're not going to become fiscally, financially solvent by spending more money. So I'm trying to free you from the shackles of the dollar bill that's sitting in your pocket right now. And that's what this show's kind of about. Today I showed you a tie I bought a couple days ago. This is a beautiful tie made in, thank you, made in America called Broletto. And I picked this up for $3. I was quite amazed. And the suit that I'm wearing right now is a Pierre Balmain, over $1,000 suit I got for 50 cents at a thrift store. So even the shirt I'm wearing, I bought one of the finest double-stitched Philippine 100% cotton shirt. I picked this up for $3.50. So I'm wearing less than $7 worth of clothing, and I'm wearing over $3,000 worth of clothes. Kind of nice, huh? Yeah, I got lucky. Yeah, you got lucky. So I'm urging people to shop at thrift stores when you can, because you're getting really good clothing that have been pulled out on the racks, and there's a good chance that you get a chance to buy some decent threads that are still around, because believe me, they made better clothing many years ago. Right, her Botox is dripping into her words, so she's smiling too much she can barely articulate a word. Okay, Gina Haspel was kept out of the talks or something. Let's see. There she is, the woman who tortured all those enemy combatants. Thank you. Trump stops the CIA from briefing Senate on Khashoggi murder. Wow. So President Trump is going to try to prevent the CIA Director Gina Haspel or any other intelligence agency from speaking to the U.S. Senate concerning the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. Well, I would gladly agree with him, because we still don't have confirmed verification that Khashoggi's dead. And I'm surprised that this case is even migrating to the Senate. It's like they want to use this to attack Donald Trump. Really. Now, I've been one of the most vocal critics of Donald Trump for the past 2 years of anybody out there. And I can assure you, I will be hard on everything he says and what he's been doing with the Russians. But if they're trying to undermine, the Senate's trying to undermine our relationship with Saudi Arabia, I stand behind Trump on this one. He worked very hard at fostering a relationship with the Saudi king. And obviously, the new crown prince is an important part of the new team. So do you people want to spend? Do you Democrats really want to spend $5, $6 a gallon for fuel? Because it's Saudi Arabia that's producing 18% of our oil that's helping us maintain the low price of fuel in America. And I think the American voters should tell the Democrats and Republicans, get your act together and stand behind this president on this issue. he didn't want our input on the meeting. He wouldn't agree with his opinion. Well, the fact is, we don't have any input yet. We still don't have any DNA evidence confirming he's dead. Nordstrom's rack is not a thrift store. Those are all brand new clothes at the Nordstrom's rack. That's too much for non-GMO organic celery. I get a stock of celery, or an entire bunch of celery, for $1.79. You're paying too much at Walmart. Bill and Hillary are on a 13-city tour because they can. They have a lot of money. And they do this because, well, frankly, they're trying to stay alive in the political theater when there's so many people ready to start accusing them of things, like me. I would accuse the Clintons of the Clinton body count. Let's talk about that. Let's get that out in the open. I think a real Senate subcommittee hearing is in order here to find out why 136 people that were close to the Clintons are now no longer living. Very strange. Like James McDougal, who was about ready to testify in the Whitewater case. An hour before he testified, he died of a heart attack. How convenient. School top tasers, peaceful child over dress code violation. Wow. Tasers a peaceful child over a dress code violation. Violation of the rights of this child. What's going on here? Wow.
Oh my.
Whoa.
Oh my God, he's fucking shot him with a taser.
Another one. Whoa.
Free my boy Hammy.
Oh no! So he gonna get tased.
They're tasing this young guy over a violation of dress code. Wow. This is crazy. Oh, this is sick. This is utterly sick beyond belief. I don't care how big the guy is. Tasing a kid in a high school over a dress code. Are you serious? Yeah, what is the dress code? Baggy pants, red baggy pants. I mean, can you believe these brutal cops? Oh, man. And Trump's not going to do anything to stop that. I will put together a sensitivity training course outline for all police officers that accept federal dollars. I guarantee we're gonna use the purse strings to limit this brutality that's happening in our country. It's crazy. I'm pissed off. I was a victim of a swatting attack on my house 3 years ago, and I can assure you it's still fresh in my mind. And I certainly don't want this type of behavior to go on in our country. This is crazy. Every year, 1,200 people die by cop in America. More than half of them are not even armed. More than half of those people are not even armed. A quarter of them have mental problems. I have not processed it. No, we're still waiting on some sort of a statement from the police, and they never delivered. They never even presented an incident report. 3 years ago. And because of this terrible violation of our personal rights and freedoms, I will be your emissary, the American people's emissary, to stop police brutality and to shrink the police state. I assure you, this is a very important issue that we have to deal with. Trump is not even addressing it. In fact, he's doing the opposite. He's encouraging people to push people around and, violate their rights. Yes, the swatting happened a couple months before you moved into the show. We had a lot of blowover from many people watching the show. Let me give you the primer. The local news ran this story.
So I went outside and I immediately saw a sting operation in my neighborhood.
The SWAT team had a controversial politician surrounded Friday night. They raced to his house thinking he'd stabbed his girlfriend to death, but it was a prank call. Authorities are looking for a man who called in the fake hostage situation.
And that call resulted in a SWAT situation outside the home of a third-party presidential candidate on Whidbey Island. KIRO 7's Natasha Chen found out this is not the first time that candidate has been targeted.
The process was, she was ahead of me and she had to lay down. And then I had to lay down, and then they cuffed me.
One moment, David Sponheim was inside his home doing his nightly video chat with supporters. The next moment, he was on the ground in his driveway with SWAT surrounding him.
It was almost surreal.
It was all because of this call.
Okay, and you said you just stabbed your girlfriend?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think she's dead. Her nieces are tied up in the bathroom right now.
Okay, well listen, what's your name?
Her name is David.
That wasn't him, but the caller gave dispatch Sponheim's address.
This is not the first time Sponheim says he's been the victim of a hoax. Several years ago, he said there was a bomb threat. Then 2 months ago in June, someone called in a threat, again pretending to be him.
It's evil in the sense that it's a sick joke. It's a sick hoax that people are trying to, they think it's funny.
Even though Sponheim says he gave the sheriff deputies his phone number during the last hoax, the sheriff told me they somehow didn't store it in their system. Sponheim says detectives should have realized it was a prank because they even got on Sponheim's live video chat to ask his partner to call 911. I asked Sponheim whether he's being targeted because of videos he's done in blackface.
It's ironic people don't understand that this country was founded on and predicated on freedom of speech, and my right to impersonate the president was paramount.
But he and the sheriff are frustrated at how these pranks wasted important resources.
You can't possibly expect to get away with it. There's a lot of weirdos out there that are going to come out of the closet thinking that they can take a pot shot at somebody like me.
In Oak Harbor, Natasha Chen, KIRO 7 News.
No, it was the cops' fault because, yeah, they had my phone number on file for 2 months prior. I had even filed 5 years prior. We had a bomb threat here, and I filed a big story about that. Gave them all the information they needed to contact me. Yeah, so we are of the belief that had they called me an hour ahead of time, I would have said, no, my voice is lower, as you can see. I'm not a kid. And I never called anybody in advance. They didn't bother calling me. Instead, they set up a $30,000 sting operation in my area, wasting valuable tax dollars and never even writing up an incident report about it. To this day, they still don't even have an incident report on file. And then I found out that the guy running for the House of Representatives, the seat that I was looking for that same year, actually 2014, a year earlier, that guy was trying to suppress police records and make the department, the U.S. House of Representatives was trying to make, or excuse me, the state representative was trying to make it impossible to get police records in my area. I found that out recently. Now, he lost the race in the local area by just a hair. Let's take a look. Yeah, this is how close the race was percentage-wise between the guy I was telling you about who's trying to make it impossible to get police records and the new Democrat that came in. 50.47 to 49.53, just beat the GOP guy that was trying to suppress police records. So why was he trying to suppress police records? That's another question I have. Very weird. Convergence of problems. So you got Mueller investigating you? Really? That's interesting. No, there was nothing relating to blackface in the SWAT. I even told the lady, this has nothing to do with a blackface video. And they went ahead and put it in there anyway, which, tainted me in a bad light, which really was uncalled for. I really believe the whole thing was politically motivated. The whole thing was. Now, this is the story behind a Palm Beach sex offender's remarkable deal. Jeffrey Epstein just encountered judges yet again, and all these innocent girls who've been manipulated by him into sex acts, allegedly. How a future Trump cabinet member gave a serial sex abuser the deal of a lifetime. Wow. This is a 12-minute video about Jeffrey Epstein we'll be playing tonight. Excellent. Yeah, this is a story about how one of the Trump's cabinet members gave this guy a 1-year jail sentence for trafficking minors, which is unheard of. Very, very low sentence required. So that's going to be a good video for tonight. 12 minutes. Okay. Looking for good videos to play. Okay, let's take a look at this. Got it. They seem to be anticipating your every move by design for hundreds of years, if not more. A lot of the things that are going on in our world are foreshadowed by the people that run the world. They oftentimes tell people about their plans through movies. A lot of this has been coming true. Yesterday was our Truth Tuesday, so I touched on the 9/11 attack and how it seemed like a cover-up. But the cover-up raises the bigger question, is the government involved? Was it an inside job? I mean, we'd love to know, but we're not going to get any answers anytime soon. Okay, John McCain called JFK assassination an intervention. Really?
When Senator Obama was first asked, he said, any place, any time. The way Barry Goldwater and Jack Kennedy agreed to do before the intervention of the tragedy at Dallas. So
he called the intervention. He called the tragedy at Dallas an intervention.
I think the tone of this campaign could have been very different. And in fact, the intervention of the tragedy at Dallas. So I think for the intervention of the tragedy at Dallas.
You know, touching your nose is an indication of some lie beneath the surface. It's a common tell when people touch their nose, they're lying. Like if you say, yeah, I've got a really bad hand, and touch your nose and you're playing poker. People who know what they're doing will realize that you've got a really good hand, and it's a tell.
The tragedy at Dallas. So
yeah, the intervention and tragedy at Dallas. Thank you for that. No idea it was called intervention. I don't play poker, no. I touched my nose. I guess I do play poker. But it's starting to itch. But no, seriously, gambling is a waste of money. Gambling really is for people that don't know how to do math. They don't realize that, you know, your chances of winning in poker are pretty low. It's like you're throwing your money away. No, I don't have the Skype system set up tonight, but I can do it tomorrow, Thursday. Because I set the computer up. The new laptop we got will be our cooking show for tomorrow. I don't exactly know what I'm going to make. I had some ideas, but I got off track. It was going to be a turkey pizza. Then somebody said, well, why don't you make a Turkish pizza? I used to buy the Powerball. I bought the Powerball recently, $2. You know, I didn't win though, so. Skype Thursday, yeah. If you're really good at poker, yeah, you'll clean up. But if you're not, you're going to lose. No, we won't cook any Brussels sprouts tomorrow, no. I make those as a rule in my evening cooking experience. Guys, I like Brussels sprouts. They're very good for you. Moving Nerd says a cab driver in New Orleans told me that gambling is worse than drugs because you can only do so much drugs at once, but with gambling, you can lose it all at once and keep losing it. It's true. The worst part about gambling is that you can never overdose. You can tap into your own savings and then go into your family's savings, steal your mother's wallet. You don't bottom out. And then you go rob houses in your area. You keep getting more and more desperate. I never cook with corn syrup. But the gambling at casinos, that's an area we could actually make improvements. There is no National Gaming Commission in America. There are state gaming commissions that, you know, handle New Jersey, Nevada, etc. But there's no National Gaming Commission. And I think the Native Americans that are left out of the gambling thing are kind of losing out on something. And I would like to see a National Gaming Commission partly funded by a small tax on the revenue that casinos make. And also fund some money toward reservations that don't have any money at all and aren't even allowed to have casinos, like out in the middle of South Dakota or out in Maine. There's a small group of people that can't have casinos, so their people are very poor. Mississippi, other areas, they're left out. So I think a little averaging out of some of the profits would be nice. And also having a commission that can go in at any time from anywhere in the country without any notice and check to see if there's cheating going on. I don't know if we have that right now. I know a lot of people see their family members go to casinos and lose all their family's assets. And you got to wonder, do you really want your grandma hitting the $10 button on the slot machine? Every time she hits it, it's $10. Do you really want her hitting a $10 button, or would you prefer a $5 button? There are no maxes. We don't have any maximums on any buttons we have out here. There's a $20 button at one casino. And people like to go there and who have tons of money and just kind of like sit there and look and see if anybody's looking at them. It's like, who cares, man? You're spending your money like crazy. Okay, are we having any problems with the transmission here? Everything good? Your video's lagging a little bit. Sometimes if you hit pause and then hit play again, it'll kick in. Boy, if this woman doesn't look devilish, I don't know who would. I mean, look at her, the look of Gina Haspel. I mean, this woman looks like she's got all kinds of secrets on her mind, and she's very impressed with her power. I never would have nominated her for a director of the CIA after what she's been doing. Okay. Yeah, everything is altered on our site, but Mark has a perfect signal. Right. I know. We've noticed that for some time. I don't control the UHF feeds, no. In fact, I'm not even supposed to know about them. People are allowed to broadcast our show separately. And as long as I don't know about it, I have no control over what they do. Plus, the FEC sees that as perfectly legal as long as people want to bump my signal. I can't be aware of all the people supporting us. If you want to, donate money to an ad campaign of your own making against me or for me, you can do that too. There are people that are thinking of actually running ads against me, spending a lot of money. I don't have any knowledge of that, nor do I care. All right. So this is a story about Epstein, the man we just had on the screen. This guy. Elisa Milano tweeted, Epstein was accused of forcing 50 minors to have sex with him 3 times a day. Acosta, prosecutor, approved a deal shutting down probe into whether there were other people who took part in the crimes. Acosta is now Trump's Secretary of Labor, providing oversight of human trafficking. Thank you, Alyssa Milano. Appreciate it. Yeah, she clarified the whole thing, the problem, all wrapped up into one. Lots of people are what's happening to the site? Okay, we're being knocked off again at Vaughn. I'm going to go back up and go back on again. Okay, try now. Same time period yesterday, we had a problem. Our show was shut out. Well, if you're watching this in the recorded broadcast, you know that this is a story that would have only been suppressed because Jeffrey Epstein happens to be Donald Trump's best friend. Thanks. Yeah, anytime it goes down, alert me. Thanks. But yeah, amazing. And he's put Acosta in the same place to make decisions about human trafficking. Secretary of Labor. Wow. And here's a guy who overlooked the whole prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein and gave him a really light sentence. Wow, talk about payback for friends, huh? Well, it's pretty sad that we are still looking at a nonstop problem of human trafficking in America. Yesterday, we lost a really amazing creative guy. Steven Hillenburg died at the age of 57. That's 1 year younger than me. Yeah. And he was the creator of SpongeBob. Pretty sad day for his family. Yeah, he had complications due to ALS. ALS. He was a beloved friend, loved everyone at Nickelodeon. They loved him. Yeah. The series, which debuted in '99, had aired nearly 250 episodes to date. Older people liked it too. He was a former marine biologist, and he used his artistic talent and love of the sea to write and illustrate the stories as teaching tools with characters that would inhabit the Bikini Bottom. Interesting. The series had won both U.S. and British awards, Emmys, Annie Awards, and grossed over 140 million worldwide. The SpongeBob SquarePants movie, 140 million worldwide. So yeah, another one passes away from ALS. I really am wondering if ALS, there's got to be some connection between his death at a young age, Paul Williams' death at a similar, he had ALS. It's like everybody's getting hit with ALS. I'm wondering, are these people using Roundup? Because Roundup can cause a number of problems with the immune system and neurochemical changes in our body. You got to wonder, are these people, are they addicted to spraying Roundup in front of their yard even though they've got money? You got to wonder. Okay. Stan had a good run, yeah. And you got a link too on the Epstein guy? Right. Yeah, that's the link I had earlier. That's the one I had, Super Saver. Wow. Okay, tonight we discussed quite a few unnatural events. Oh, here's a story. Vaccines have been kind of untested for years, and thank you. The question is, what's better for you, a flu shot or vitamin D? And there's a new emerging theory that vitamin D prevents flus. And that's why flu season is usually during the dark period of the time in the winter when the sun's down. And we know the sun increases vitamin D production in the body. So new research shows vitamin D helps prevent infection. Flu season is upon us again, and to prevent the flu, we're told the best remedy is to get a flu shot, a shot which is consistently ineffective and incredibly still contains mercury in many cases. So these people at the ANH-USA.org Foundation have been beating the drum about vitamin D and its well-documented antiviral capabilities. So if you are interested in knowing more about vitamin D, here is the link. I'm going to give it back to you. Yeah. B-complex is good, yeah. But we're talking about vitamin D, as in David. Hi, Mad Dog. Right. I'm sure, Vaughn, it would be, the ideal site for average people to get to, but we've got other sites that are also growing. iVlog, and we even have a Periscope feed that we post every day on Twitter, in case you want to track that. Periscope can run side by side with Vaughn pop-out chat. See, Vaughn uses CoinHive, from what I've been told, and it's not a suspicious link. And Periscope is available for all of you who are looking for a different signal. Yeah, I heard that. Thanks. Robuscules is just reporting that Elon Musk has canceled his 2.5-mile boring project under Sepulveda in Los Angeles because of lawsuits and environmentalist concerns. It just shocked me that Elon Musk even attempted to do this without having those clearances and those easements. It's ridiculous to think that somebody should actually drill underground in an area that was a former oil well filled with gases. And without any environmental checks, it could be a dangerous proposition to drill underground in LA. I'm surprised that he didn't, stop it. It is shocking. I can't believe he does these things. Well, look what he dumped in the atmosphere above Los Angeles with the Iridium rocket. We showed you this the other day. It looked to me like a massive drop of particulates, like airborne particulates, heavy metals, whatever. He claimed he was deploying satellites above Los Angeles, but look at this. This is, no matter how you look at it, this is not some Christmas holiday event. This is a massive dump of airborne particulates. So if he's willing to do that, I'm sure he's willing to, drill underground in a gas-like environment. I guess he doesn't really care. Now, whatever you want to think this is, what it really is, no matter how you look at it, is a massive drop of chemtrails over the air in Los Angeles. And what happened in Los Angeles? And fires started. How do we know that those fires weren't started with accelerants called aluminum and barium? How do we know that a lot of this chemtrail activity in the skies, industrial waste that they're dumping on us on a daily basis, isn't in fact seeding our own land with a fire accelerant? Very, very weird things. And with the campfire nearly killing 88 people with 200 still missing, you got to wonder if they weren't using some directed energy weapon on us. I certainly do. Los Angeles is like a sitting duck waiting for something horrible to happen. It's got one of the largest populations in the country, if not the largest, for any city. It's one of the wealthiest cities. You can see the people are in traffic. They're not in LA because it sucks living there. They make a lot of money in LA. There's a lot of income flowing in Los Angeles. I was there last April. I couldn't get over how much commerce was going on and how it was fairly well managed. I was quite amazed. So if they want to turn the most powerful city in America into a toxic waste dump and then set it on fire, they certainly can. The fact of the matter is, this manipulation of our weather could very well be leading to even hurricanes, the ones that hit Florida and Texas. They can control the weather now. They have that ability. I'm not making this up. This is a real capability our government has in manipulating the atmosphere. And how do they do it? They use phased array radar, much like this, shot from different perspectives, and they triangulate those signals, and then they're able to actuate heavy metals and make them do things. They can be attached to silver iodide and pick up water. They then can move in different directions. I'm not making this up. This was Tesla technology nearly 100 years ago that's been harnessed by these sickos. So we're still on it, and we're trying to deal with the reality that our country is being sprayed on a daily basis. And if you get people saying, oh, you're weird, you think chemtrails really do exist? No, that's condensation. No, they really do exist. And many of you are thinking, well, this is just too much for me to handle. Why would they do that to us? This is overwhelming. Yeah, it can be.
Hey, do you ever wonder,
what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever like wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah. I have never woken up and have done anything, so I guess. Why does Dave keep saying try now? We had problems with the video signal earlier. Moving Nerd has a drone flight over Skid Row. See what happens. This should be good. Thanks, Moving Nerd.
They're down. You want us to get out? Oh. Yes, sir.
We got 2 guns. Unless you guys outgun us here. Come on.
No, we don't have guns, dude.
What happened?
We're just filming. They almost tried.
They're all trying to shoot us.
No, they were trying to steal the drone.
So you were flying your little drone around the area?
We just were flying the area and they saw us and they wanted to come jack the drone, and you guys turned at the right time to save our lives, actually.
They were afraid you were exposing their little hustle, their drug hustle. Every street, every corner is controlled by somebody. You're messing it up.
Yeah,
we're not trying what you're doing, so they feel like, oh, that's you're gonna implement them in some type of crime. There's about 3 or 4 gangs from different areas. This is the only area where you see Bloods and Crips working together anymore. Everything's controlled. So
I know.
Sure, somebody like, hey, dude, they're down here doing this. And if you didn't pay a certain person that runs that block money, allowing you, for them to allow you to shoot, then they're not going to let you. First, you just can't go into a neighborhood or let alone a block and just start filming.
And maybe even catch a bullet too, huh?
You have to talk to the shot caller. The shot caller negotiates whatever price or whatever he wants to ensure your safety. So what you're paying for, what he quote unquote taxes, is not your safety. Them not messing with you.
Like what just happened.
Yeah. You gotta look for the cleanest guy. Obviously, they're homeless everywhere.
Yeah.
They stand out like a sore thumb. If they're clean, it's for a reason, because they're not homeless. They live in other areas other than this place.
Right there, dog.
Okay, that turned out to be kind of a scary situation. Flying a drone into the streets of Skid Row, one of the toughest areas in Los Angeles. Wow, and then their drone was nearly confiscated. Yeah, not exactly a safe place to go. It's probably a little bit better than some of the worst places in Calcutta, but not by much. Yeah, it's really sad what's happening in Los Angeles. And now there's a law that says that you cannot live in your car in Los Angeles. Can you imagine? Where are you going to live? In a street tent? Yes, we have a link to the drone. Yeah, here it is. Drone. No, you're not allowed to harass anybody tonight. Hi, you're in your gray suit.
Yeah.
Good. Sarah's wearing her gray suit too.
I don't have an awesome tie like you. But...
Well, it's rare when you get a tie that's $3 that looks this good. Hello, and thank you for everything. Yes. So we were looking at flights. Sarah is here to give you guys some time. Looking at flights in and around your area. You get a flightradar24.com has flights all around the country.
That's cool.
It's kind of a cool way to track what's happening above your house. Okay. An element dropped in the atmosphere lighter than our atmosphere evaporates. A heavier metal element drops. It won't make a trail. Actually, there are lighter elements than oxygen and hydrogen combined. And then they create rain, and then they drop. So when hydrogen and oxygen get lift, it condenses and then they create rain. So if they're able to keep hydrogen and oxygen from getting lift, they can keep it from raining. So lithium is usually, yeah, it goes up, not down, right? Lithium goes up. Okay, Sarah's going to take over the show. I'll be back in a little while for Wasteful Wednesday.
I don't think so, Misanthropy. I thought that too about flight radar disproving the theory brought to people by Flat Earth. And then it actually, like, does it actually prove it? Because the thing about the Flat Earth, they say that why it would be, you would think that according to the maps that we normally see of the round Earth, that it would be easier to go from like Australia to South America, but most flights don't go from Australia to South America. They go from Australia to North America. So the Flat Earth people think that there's the map, the UN map is like, they think that the Flat Earth is still a circle. They think it's a circle instead of a sphere. And they think that the Flat Earth, if you look at the UN map, is the Flat Earth map, is what they think. It's not about gravity. For the Flat Earth people, it has nothing to do with gravity. Thank you, Pro Troller. I'm not saying that I believe in Flat Earth at all. But I would say that it's interesting that the idea that flights would, I thought the same thing, like can't the flights disprove the Flat Earth? Then yeah, anyway, he okay, I'll undo it then. Oh, unmod. Here we go. There you go. All right, moving on from Flat Earth to maybe it's Roboskull said, yeah, it would. You think it's theoretically possible to model a flat Earth using mathematics, and the results of such a model would be amazing. What are my thoughts on alien life? Yes, thank you, Misanthropy. I would say it's possible that there's alien life, perhaps even probable. Whether they're within traveling distance for us to ever interact, that might not be probable or possible. It's interesting that we have so much diversity of life right here on our planet. We have just, I find that to be very fascinating. No, I won't be doing that. I love fries. What are my thoughts on ghosts? I have experienced what I would say are kind of ghosts. I didn't see a ghost, but I had like radio frequency transmission kind of thing, and just that feeling you get, but then also phone calls. So I have experienced that. No, he said he left, so. I seriously doubt David said that, Gutterhead. But if he did, don't say it again or you will be kicked. A live IQ test for RoboSkills or for myself? Because then you might be disappointed with what my test results are. Jessica, did you read Misanthropy's thing? He misses your casts. Your broadcasts. Sorry. Yes, using gravity and physics in the equator as a plane, we could begin moving elements. They have bird app scooters? Huh. Interesting, moving nerd. I did not know that Tacoma was underrated. I just always think of Tacoma as this big, like, shipping hub. Because last time I was in Tacoma and got off the freeway, I ended up in a whole mess of trucks. Not a perfect sphere. Yes, Krent. If you can say but I'm not married, but yes, I've chosen the person I'm with. Their downtown and Wright Park are beautiful. I've heard they have a great zoo too. Oh, you're talking to Jessica. I apologize, Krent. They have a glass museum in Tacoma as well. Nice. So the Senate has advanced a Yemen resolution in a rebuke to Trump. And Graham threatens to abstain from voting until the CIA briefs the Senate on Khashoggi. Pompeo Mattis briefing provokes Senate backlash. And Pelosi has won the Democratic Speaker nomination. Hello, Mitchells. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, they have a glass blowing section, like museum kind of art place down in Langley, Washington. I agree with you, Misanthropy. And I didn't meet with teachers, but I did meet with parents today. So, it was a parent and teacher meeting. So yes, I did meet with teachers and parents today, I guess. Hence the suit. Oh, you're a real glass blower, Pro Troller? Nice. Oh wow, you sold pipes and dab rings and bongs and stuff all over the country. Do you still do that, Bro Troller? With super long distance relationships, I would say they're too easy to end but no, you're right. Actually, super long distance relationships can work in this modern age. David and I met online. And I had a long distance relationship with David and the person I met, somebody I had met before David. How do I feel about being in New York City 5 days before 9/11 happened? That was very eerie. Like, was there 5 days before, came home, and then Twin Towers. Like, I had seen the Twin Towers 5 days before. That was very eerie. Yeah, it was spooky for sure. I mean, I'm sure like people that lived there, it was probably less spooky for them because they're there all the time. Eric, you were in New York City when it happened. Yeah, I don't think I would. I have been back to New York City, but there's too many people, I think. David was having this conversation with me, like, why do I like this show? I like the show called Amazing Race. And it's like, it has to do with personality, like relationships and personality conflicts and racing around the world and being in big cities and flying and all those things that we don't do. And yeah, it's and going and see hello all the people at sea, all the ships on sea and all the people in the sky. Thank you for all you do. Anyway, I like that show. And David was like, do you secretly want to go and a race around the world? And like, anyway, it was interesting. Like, or why do I like it? And anyway, except I don't fly. They wanted to buy cigarettes from you? Wait, what? Alright. Times Square is all tourists now. Oh, yeah, let's look at the Yemen resolution. I want to do that. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of Family Guy, I don't think. That's not the Hank Hill one.
Is there any credibility to the administration's argument in your mind that by Americans pulling out, we make the humanitarian situation worse, not better?
All right. The Senate issued a sharp rebuke Wednesday to Trump, easily advancing a resolution that would end U.S. military support for the Saudi-led campaign in Yemen's civil war, despite a White House effort to quash the bill. The administration launched an 11th hour lobbying frenzy to try to head off momentum for the resolution. They dispatched Secretary James Mattis and Secretary of State Mike Pompeo to Capitol Hill in the morning. They issued a veto threat less than an hour before the vote started. Lawmakers advanced this resolution, titled 63-37, even as the administration vowed to stand by Saudi Arabia following the outcry over the killing of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. There's been a lot of rhetoric that's come from the White House and from the State Department on this issue, said Bob Corker, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. The rhetoric that he's heard in the broadcasts that we've made around the world as to who we are have been way out of balance as it relates to American interests and American values. The vote advances a resolution out of the Foreign Relations Committee, making it available for action before the full Senate. The resolution is co-sponsored by Bernie Sanders, Chris Murphy from Connecticut, and Mike Lee from Utah. It would require Trump to remove troops in or affecting Yemen within 30 days. Senators are increasingly frustrated with Saudi Arabia amid growing questions about Khashoggi's death, and whether Riyadh is actively trying to limit civilian deaths in Yemen. Senator Lee, he said he and Sanders usually agree on very little, said though that the vote was a matter of senators exercising their constitutional authorities on war. Oh. Lee says, regardless of what may have happened with Mr. Khashoggi, we are fighting a war in Yemen that we haven't declared, that has never been declared or authorized by Congress, and that's not constitutional. Yeah, I guess you could go, well, you're not licensed to sell cigarettes, robuscules, and you can't sell or give cigarettes to minors. Make sure they present their ID and that they're over 18, because otherwise you can get in some serious trouble. Okay, Krent, I'm gonna bring in the trivia just for you. Don't do that, Xenu. It's not going to win you any favors, and it could seriously get you in serious trouble. And it's not good for those young people to be drinking anyway. All right, I'm going to skip medicine and health. I was working on medicine and health, but unless everybody wants me to do that, I'm skipping it. Yeah, it's just for Krent. We're doing technology, Krent, for you. I'm working on technology trivia. Okay, what is an electric current in which the flow reverses periodically? Good night, Anita. In the United States, most household current is this. Going through 60 reversal cycles each second. Electric motors in household appliances are designed to work with current at this rate of reversal. Correct slow modes in Krent? Yes. Okay. Alternating current. Okay, what is a unit of electric current that corresponds to a certain number of electrons passing a fixed point each second? A typical household's electric supply includes a total of 120 to 200 of these. A typical house circuit carries 15 to 50 of these. Correct, Krent. And slow modes. Yes, I like that you even type out the extended version. It is an amp or ampere. All right, in electronics, what is a device that takes a small electric signal and converts it into a larger one? They're used in stereo systems, electric guitars, loudspeakers. I don't know what the Got Dance looks like. Correct, roboscules. Yes. It is an amplifier. It's all coming back. I don't know. Moving nerd. Okay. What is a type of radio signal in which the strength of a radio wave is varied in order to carry information from a transmitter to a receiver? Correct, Krentz. Yes. It is AM, which stands for amplitude modulation. Ghost, are you here? I Love Fries is trying to reach you. All right, what is a signal in which some features increase and decreases? Some feature increases and decreases in the same way as the thing being transmitted. FM is frequency modulation, by the way. Oh, right. That's pretty funny. I used to like goths when I was younger. Okay, let me repeat the question. Sorry, let me repeat the question. What is a signal in which some feature increases and decreases in the same way as the thing being transmitted? In AM radio, for example, the strength of the radio wave goes up and down with the loudness of the original sound. By the way, It's what was it before digital? Compare with digital. Digital would be the opposite. Correct, slow modes and Krent. It is analog signal. The strength of the radio wave goes up and down in analogy with the loudness of the original sound. Oh, good job, Misanthropy. The first question you answered since spring. I guess you like the technology one. All right. What is a series of space flights undertaken by the United States with the goal of landing a man on the moon? Each of these flights carried a crew of 3 astronauts. The first lunar landing by humans was achieved by the 11th one of these. Yes, Perp and Protroller. And good job, Shark. Yes. And Scissor Fight. Yes, you got some of those. It was the Apollo missions. The first lunar landing by humans was achieved on Apollo 11 on July 20th, 1969. 5 other successful lunar landings followed. The Apollo program ended in 1974. It was named after the Greek god of learning, Apollo. Neil Armstrong was the first man to set foot on the moon. You have a piece of gold foil from the heat shield bag on Apollo 15. Cool. You do have a point, Roboscules. People addicted to cigarettes are definitely addicted. 1 is too many, 1,000's never enough. I'm so glad that David doesn't smoke cigarettes. All right, so we talked about the Apollo program. All right, what is an acronym for an early communications network developed by the Department of Defense in the late 1960s? It connected high-tech research institutions and the military. Creating a communication system that could survive a nuclear war was a major impetus behind the development of this system. It's often spoken of as a precursor to the internet. Correct, Burp? And Krent is right. Okay. It is ARPANET, which is the acronym stands for Advanced Research Project Agency Network. That's what ARPA stands for. Advanced Research Program Project Agency. Yeah, I have heard that, Misanthropy. Recently, my father quit smoking. I'm glad for him. But then I said, "Oh, I'm so glad he quit smoking." He's like, "Don't remind me." He still wants to smoke. All right. Whatever that means. What is the means of duplicating or imitating intelligence in computers, robots, or other devices, which allows them to solve problems, discriminate among objects, and respond to voice commands? I would think those are chewers, Misanthropy. Correct, Pro-Troller. Okay, I'll give that to you too, Slow Modes. That's after this book was published, but correct, Krintz. It is artificial intelligence. According to 768, he says breaking 911 33 minutes ago. Happening now. Happening 33 minutes ago. Should I look at that Samstown, see if there's anything that made its way to Google News? Metro Police are investigating an incident at Samstown in Las Vegas. Wow. That's just gross, Misanthropy. Gross. You liked Samstown when you were a kid? What is a code that computers use to standardize communication between different machines? Oh, good guess, Pro-Troller. I'll give you another hint. It starts with the letter A. It's an old code. Oh. Haha. No, it is American Standard Code for Information Exchange. Yes, Misanthropy, you got it. ASCII. That's how I always say it anyway. ASCII. That's it. An acronym for American Standard Code for Information Exchange. All right, shall we look at this video of the major police investigating an incident? Metro Police are investigating a stabbing near Samstown in Las Vegas, near Flamingo and Boulder Highway. It was a stabbing. According to police, a woman was stabbed at the intersection. The woman ran into the casino for help after she was injured. The woman was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. This is a developing story. Okay. Okay, I haven't been to Vegas in a while, so I don't know where Samstown and different parts of Vegas are. It's just, yeah, I haven't been there in a while. Well, Washington Examiner says Congress gets a rude awakening on Saudi Arabia. Oh, it's away. Avoid the east side. It's away from most casinos. All right. Avoid half of Las Vegas. Man. All right. What is a crew member of a space mission launched by the United States called? Yes, Protroller and Grint. Astronauts, correct. What is a computer terminal that takes the place of a human bank teller and allows the user to access basic bank services?
All right. I just started the spaghetti with meat.
Oh, thank you.
It'll be a while in the microwave.
Okay.
And I made Brussels sprouts that are ready to eat right now.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sarah.
I'll stop for you, Ticken. I started trivia for Clint Eastwood, and I'm stopping for
Clint Eastwood really
Ticken.
wanted to get trivia, really?
Yeah, he's like, I missed your trivia, so I did a little bit.
Trivia is kind of a nice filler, you know?
What's the point of any of this?
Yeah. Knowledge is important. Knowledge is power.
Knowledge
If you want
is
power,
important.
you need knowledge. Thank you. All right. Breaking 9/11, 33 minutes happening now. Large police response at Sam's Town Hotel Casino in Vegas. Really? Okay. Something's happening right now in Vegas. Vegas. No, nothing happening. No. Sam's Town, Vegas. Let's take a look. Breaking. We're going to get ahead of the news here in trying to find out what's going on. Vegas is happening. Breaking news, November. Okay, here we go. Nothing to talk about. That it's North Vegas, so it's a bad area. So, oh, okay. Breaking news for November 28th, Vegas. Heavy police presence at Sam's Town. That's it.
Situation out at Sam's Town. Police are saying a woman was actually stabbed at the intersection of Nellis and Flamingo near the casino. She then walked into Sam's Town after the stabbing. Apparently, the suspect who allegedly stabbed her is on the run tonight. They don't have him. She suffered non-life-threatening injuries. He is on the run, but they were making sure. That's why you saw such a large...
Okay, let's go with Fearmonger TV here. Living in fear of the next terror attack. That's where they want us. They want us constantly worried that it's going to happen at any time, anywhere, any place. That was 2 days ago, yeah. But it says breaking November 28th, so I guess today's November 28th, so I don't know. There's a good pizza shop a few blocks away from there. Yeah. You go to Vegas quite a bit. You know, there's a huge event going on right now. Amazon convention. Let's take a look at that. Amazon convention. Amazon Cloud convention. It's the biggest. 40,000 people are expected to be at this convention right now. reInvent 2018. It's sold out. Wow. Invent is now sold out. So if you want to get in there and do that, and you're in Vegas right now, and you just can't do this. Yeah, you're sorry. You can sign up for the keynote live streams from Vegas, the Amazon Cloud. Yeah, this is a big thing for them. Well, it turns out that Amazon makes more money relative to the investments that they put in the cloud than they do in retail. They've got less money coming in. Apparently, you know, Amazon Cloud Services is offering something for every $5 billion that they make $4 billion for every 18 billion they bring in revenue. That cloud does. For every $100 billion in merchandise they sell, they make $5 billion. So they've got a 5 to 100 ratio on making money in the retail sector, and they've got a 4 in 18 ratio in the cloud sector. So they make more money on cloud investments than anything else. So that's why they've invested in these two men. Who will be your escorts through Vegas as you travel around? Yeah, check out How to Reinvent webinar series, 15-minute webinars to help you understand what to expect. Reinvent. Whether you're a veteran or a first-time attendee, these webinars will provide tips and tricks for a successful week at reInvent. So don't you feel kind of lost not being there, Misanthropy? You know, feeling like you're left out. You could be in on some good profit-making opportunities. You're having dinner watching my show. Excellent. Great. I hope it's a wonderful dinner. We're reheating our spaghetti from the other night with beef and spaghetti. Yeah, it's just a nightmare to go to Vegas, and especially if you're homeless or you're one of the Yanomami people, the Brazilians that have been displaced from their natural rainforest many years ago. Now you see them at the crossovers in Vegas snapping their trips to the strip club tickets. Have you seen them? They stand about 5 feet tall, entire indigenous tribe of the Yanomami, and all they do now to make money is just hand out strip club tickets. And for every one ticket that comes back, they get a little kickback. It's not like an hourly wage. It's really pathetic. It's sad, in fact. And these people they lived on their own in the Brazilian rainforest. I studied the Yanomami. All right. It is. I don't think you can go wrong with spaghetti. If you're looking for a pack-as-you-go luncheon solution, I don't think you can go wrong with any type of spaghetti. Chicken, cacciatore, meat sauce, pork spaghetti. I love sausage spaghetti. But spaghetti really is the best for food for, portability. And reheatability. Release the MMO New World. What is the MMO New World? What is that? I didn't know what MMO New World is. It's Wednesday. Yes, you can bring this in. CES is porn? Really? So are you saying this is a cloud convention for porn retailers at Amazon? I don't think so. No. But that is probably a bigger industry than anything else. Oh, we have a Wednesday theme GIF somebody created. The goth breakdancers are producing their theme gift for us today. It's Wednesday. Yeah, and they're out there rocking and rolling in their goth outfits. All right, thanks for making that, I guess. Oh, CES is still big, but porn not so much, and not on the same weekends anymore. Oh, so you guys who used to go to the CES convention were also going to the Vegas adult porn convention? The porn industry has fizzled? Oh, I wonder why. You think it could have something to do with the fact that there's so much free porn out there, people don't even care? Oh, so I've heard. Yeah, we're combining conversations. We group them together as a way of saving waste not, want not in our conversations. We'll be speaking in code soon. Or maybe we should abbreviate our chat language and make it a new type of chat language like Stebo does. Is you back ons now? I don't know. Is I? Stebu is a phonetically accurate writer. He writes phonetically. It's pretty effective too. He communicates very well without actually knowing the spoken language. Oh, no, I mean, it's confusing you, David. The Amazon thing is for a game. Oh, the Amazon event is for cloud computing. It's a AWS Global Summit 2018. This is huge. I mean, Jeff Bezos probably won't be there, but, he's too busy with other important things like his friends in Saudi Arabia and the Khashoggi problem. Oh, these AWS summits are held in major cities around the world. Oh, okay. Well, then what am I looking at here with the Vegas? Maybe I'm on the wrong... Yeah, I think I should put in Las Vegas, just to be on the safe side. Yeah, it sent me to the same place. Las Vegas, UC Today. Annual User Conference. Is this where people learn to become users? Wow. Are any of you people users? I used to think people were type of people that live in the world today are either givers, like Sarah and I, or users. Many of you may be using people, or takers. I really think there are 3 types of people in the world. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. Yeah, it's nothing happening. Kamala Harris fails to explain why she didn't prosecute Steve Mnuchin's bank. Yeah, she's got some answering to do. When she was Attorney General, now Senator of California, and soon to be presidential candidate, she's been making deals on the side to cover Steve Mnuchin. She's going to have a lot of explaining to do there. Little backdoor deals with Kamala Harris already on the take in the Democratic Party. Wow. Crazy. Really? We're doing a cookbook? Yeah, we're done with this picture, and I don't want to see Kamala Harris. She's the one who claims that she's going to offer $1,000 per month to everybody in America. Yeah. She hasn't done the numbers, I'll tell you that. When you look at the big numbers, you know what she did? She refused to release low-level drug offenders from the California jail system so that they would be exploited to fight fires, to send them out into the firefighting, risking their lives for $1 an hour. So you are the program? So somebody says, hey, Zetterbeard, are you in the program? No, I am the program. I am a program. And just start spinning off code. Well, she doesn't care about poor people and people that are in prisons who need to be released, who they're waiting for their family to spend their holidays. I mean, she wants to hold them in so they continue to be firefighters. There's something wrong with this woman. And then stealing my idea of $400 a month and upping it to $1,000. Where is she going to get the money for that? Okay, so you've got everything in the world. Christmas is coming up. Your family says, well, what do we get you? Well, maybe you might want this. The drone that flies itself.
Introducing a revolution in flight. 2 years ago, Zero Robotics introduced the Hover Camera Passport, the first flying camera of its kind. It won numerous design awards, led to a worldwide partnership with Apple Retail, and touched the lives of thousands. Now, after 2 years of research and development, from the lab to the sky, we're proud to present the next generation, Hover 2, the drone that flies itself. Hover 2 is the most intelligent, most complete flying camera the world has ever seen. With 4K video, 12 megapixel photos, and a smooth, super compact gimbal, Hover 2 lets you capture the natural world and your place in it in dazzling detail. Taking a photo with a drone has never been easier. Use AutoFrame to select a shot, press a button, and Hover 2 will safely fly into position.
There I am. Yeah, and I'll be waiting down there with the couple. They didn't know it, but you can actually paste people in on your trip. You can pretend like there's a new feature that you can paste people in. So if you want to be seen with me on the deck, you know, I'll be standing there with you. Say, hey, we're out looking at the ocean here. There I am. Except I don't have a body like they do. Anyway, a great idea for people who are really narcissistic and want to love themselves incessantly. Dave, thoughts? Do I have to have a thought right now? Okay, let's take a look at this question you have here. Sorry, Lib Media. Bill Clinton took 26 junkets with the sexual deviant Epstein. Trump banned the perv from Mar-a-Lago. No. He didn't never. Trump, wrong. Thoughts, made up story. Alt-right made up story coming out of the Gateway Pundit, which is the usual alt-right made up story location. Trump has never banned Jeffrey Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. That's ridiculous. They're close friends. Now the alt-right's trying to paint Trump out to be a guy trying to stop Jeffrey Epstein. See how they do that? They're warping everything. We don't have proof either way. All I know is that Jeffrey Epstein had a black book and Donald Trump was #1 on that list. The butler managed to get it out of there before he ended up dying. Butler died of cancer and got it to the public and presented it to the media, and we have copies of it. Other people, Alan Dershowitz was in that black book, other people. Courtney Love. Well, you can't follow a story that's just kind of leading you in the right direction. There are people, I should say, in the wrong direction. There are people who are alt-right people that claim that Trump is actively putting indictments, sealed indictments against the Clintons. That's a lot of BS that I've been hearing on the alt-right media. This QAnon thing, that's another alt-right delusional story that was confabulated to make it seem like Trump was stopping the deep state. There's no truth to it. And they spun this weird story that some guy in the Trump administration looks like JFK Jr. And they're trying to align the dead effigy of JFK Jr. with the Trump administration. I mean, it's ridiculous. Total BS coming out of the CIA. If Mark went to my house, I'd have to get a restraining order. I can't allow Mark Zuckerberg to come to my house. No, I refuse. Yes, we have evidence that Mark Zuckerberg is trying to manipulate Facebook in favor of the Russians. Mark is working. That's right. Mark Zuckerberg is working with the Russians. It's been known, and the Chinese too. He even did a commercial for the Chinese, he and his wife. There's a video of him in a commercial for Chinese security firms. It's ridiculous. I don't trust Mark Zuckerberg, or any Mark for that matter. Yes. White House seeks alternatives to independent Space Force. Maybe LSD or perhaps magic mushrooms. I don't know. I mean, what are these guys smoking? I thought these two were trying to avoid drugs. They want alternatives to independent Space Force. La-di-da. We've had a military Space Force for years, since 1946, when Truman put it together. Space Command. Trump and Pence look like a couple of cartoons there. Don't they look like Beavis and Butthead? Why do you cast on? Beep, beep. I'm casting here too. But we only have 25 viewers here. We have many more over there. Moving on. Well, I don't care what Mark you're referring to, Lowe's. I'm not allowed to talk about Mark. I was accused the other day of saying that Mark was getting money from the Illuminati, and I said, you mean Mark Zuckerberg? Because they were going to threaten me to charge me with slander. Can you believe that? Mark Zuckerberg is a public figure. So is this other Mark. Dave, have the Dems lost their shit? I don't know. They lose their shit? Boy, that's an S word, isn't it? All right, let's take a look. Illinois Democratic Party's... No. Illinois Democratic State Party Representative Stephanie Kifowit at Rep. Kifowit wishes she could serve a Republican she disagrees with and his family, wife and little children, broth made with water tainted with Legionnaires so that they could get very ill and ultimately die. That is really sick. This is really sick, folks. This woman needs help.
To the representative from Lombard, I would like to make him a broth of Legionella and pump it into the water system of his loved one so that they can be infected, they can be mistreated, they can sit and suffer by getting aspirin instead of being properly treated, and ultimately die.
What a total sick freak of a person. She's wishing death upon the Republicans? I have yet to hear one Republican make a death threat against any Democrat. Except, of course, maybe a few KKK members, but they don't. That's not really Republican. But that's a death threat, yeah. Yes, I made TV ads to run on local elections. They turned out really well. Then we asked everybody to donate $5 till we could make a national TV ad for cable TV distribution, and no one would give us any money. Yeah, all we were asking was a $5 donation to do a TV spot. And nobody would come up with any money. So it's kind of a sad deal when you think about it, because I got real good results from 2 separate runs on TV and cable in a local election and in a national election. We did 2 test markets in 2008 that were very successful. We test marketed Roanoke, Virginia, and Warburg, New York, both swing states, and both had positive results for viewership, like huge. For the investment of about $1,000, we probably got over 30,000 impressions on our site, if not more. Maybe even 200,000, if you look at it differently. No, we did really well. It was a very positive investment, yeah, but nobody would give us $5, so we just bailed on the idea. Yep. And that's a nice thing. We've only spent a certain amount of money to do this, to test the waters. I found that the local elections were completely corrupt. I did radio ads, yeah. I wouldn't run a radio ad. They're too expensive. Radio is a bad value. Cable TV is way bigger value. I used to do cable advertising, and I know. And I used to do radio advertising, and I know the difference and the huge cost savings. But I tried to sell people on the idea of doing a national cable spot, and nobody got behind it in 2 separate elections. So I just gave it up. Yeah, anybody who wants to skywrite anything about what we're doing and direct them to our website or at third party, they can do so separately, and they can endorse me separately. I just can't know about it. Otherwise, we have to bring that in as a conduit for FEC regulations to be complied with. Now, Republicans have been violating FEC regulations. Obama violated FEC regulations when he took money from foreign countries. There's evidence Trump may have done that too. The FEC is a relatively toothless organization, but we still comply 100% with them because we just can't take any chances on it turning around on us. And it's being Honest Joe has cost us dearly. We don't have any funds to do any major advertising. Well, the fact is people just like a free venue. And I really think we're doing more work in just exploiting the free venue and giving people free entertainment and news-ertainment, which I think is good, for free. And it helps to create the virality of a third party and the message that we're trying to put out. So I think that's a good thing. What happened here really needs to be prosecuted. That's illegal, what she suggests. You can't threaten people like that. Threatening to poison people, that's terrible. Our cat can walk on a leash, Howie, but she doesn't like the leash. She doesn't like wearing her get-up. I mean, she really hates it. But when we travel, and she's traveled like 30,000 miles around the country, she puts up with it. But believe me, when you take that harness off of her, she feels like she's totally free. And that's kind of how Americans are. You know, if you keep us all enslaved and you're doing a daily grind, working every day, trying to someday retire, you fail to realize that the best years of your life are given to your boss, not to you. And when you get to the retirement age, many of you may just die. Statistically, most people live only about 2 years long into enough to collect their pension. So if you take that leash off of yourself right now and realize, hey, we got to take some time away for the family and enjoy ourselves and let's put all things aside and focus on just entertaining people or having fun with your family. You'll feel freer. You'll feel completely untethered to the world you're living in. Not even long enough to collect the pension, I know. So a lot of people don't realize that they're working daily for that retirement fund. When you get to be that age, you won't be healthy enough to use it. Travel when you're young. Try to enjoy, health is everything. But try to enjoy your money and your time combined right now, as opposed to just constantly putting away for that rainy day. Because believe me, the inflation rate in America is a hidden tax. And it will suck you dry. By the time you have your little trust fund put together, by the time it's time to pop and take that money, tax deferred or whatever, it won't be worth as much as it was when you put it in. They are systematically taxing us by creating an inflationary trend in our economy. And that's all due to the fractional reserve banking system that borrows money all the time. Kind of a sad thing when you think about it. Well, if you retire younger like I did, you feel like you're enjoying it more. I have a friend who works all the time, every day. He's always working and he's drinking too. And he's just killing his liver. And he's making money, but yeah, you got to wonder, will he be able to enjoy his retirement? I asked him, will you be able to retire and say, he basically spends so much money that he makes that he will never be able to retire, he said. It's like, okay, so you're never going to be retiring ever. Yeah. Even if you make $200,000 a year, you still, with all that money going out, they still feel like they'll never be able to retire. You gave up mods? Okay. Okay, we're going to unmod Rex then. Okay. All right, so we are unmodded now. Thank you. Well, you guys had fun, and if I need you in a pinch, I'll ask for your help. At least it was a nice experiment. Thank you. The people who never retire live longer. That's probably true too. Never stop working. Work till you drop. I agree. Staying at home and wanting to die is not healthy. I'm talking about retirement. See, you people have one thing in your mind. You either work and make money or your life is over. You've already preconditioned yourself to do that. To have like that cliff at the end of the run where you have nothing going on, no hobbies, nothing to fall back on. I don't meet people in parks, dude. Sorry. Well, for some people, work does make you free, but I'm not supporting that. Hitler did. Arbeit macht frei. That was Hitler's expression he put on all the death camps. But I'm saying if you start to enjoy yourself more now and put less emphasis on retirement funds, and just go have that vacation you and your family wanted to have. Focus more on that. Now, I don't mean borrow that money. I mean take some of your retirement savings toward that. But if you want, I suppose you could just jack yourself into credit hell and just max out of your credit cards. That's a very unfortunate thing to do. Many people are doing it. Then they try to declare bankruptcy. It's harder and harder to do that. But many people just put themselves in that hole they never get out of. Yes, the majority of retirees stay at home because of their age, so basically they start getting sick because their body's no longer productive. Yeah, exactly. So maintaining a good, healthy avocation is good. So if you don't have an avocation, maybe watching our show is an avocation. A lot of you, it's a hobby to watch our show. That's perfectly fine. It's a hobby for me to do the show. So it's not like I'm making money doing this, which makes it better for everybody, I think. It keeps the danger zone from happening. Now, we saw a teen today, tasered, shocking, while he was at school. And I was floored when I saw this. If you just came into the show, we're looking at a guy get tasered when all he's doing is walking around. The police are like harassing him for wearing something that's not in the dress code. They tased him twice. Can you believe this? For no reason. All he was doing was just like a typical teenager, just say, hey man, what are you doing? Got tased twice by these ruthless, brutal cops. Sickening. Electrifying. No reason to tase anybody for that matter. In the past 20 years, over 1,000 people have died of tasers. Yeah. And they're using tasers for anything, and people die from tasers. So cops are killing people for no reason. Like I said earlier, 1,200 deaths a year by cop. Half or more than half of those people were unarmed. Didn't even have a pocket knife on them, and they still got killed by a cop. Misanthropy and Dave are heroes. Yes, thank you. Robert Mueller's FBI gave Orgy Island billionaire Jeffrey Epstein easygoing. Today, details were released on his widespread child sex abuse case. Jeffrey Epstein apparently was being reviewed by Mueller, and they didn't really work him over at all. It was a kid's glove. They basically kept off asserting that Jeffrey Epstein had anything to do with this whole thing, which is kind of bizarre. So Mueller is appearing more and more like he's in on it. Now, he was in charge at the FBI during that time that Jeffrey Epstein was taken in. Right. Jeffrey Epstein was known to have child trafficked and prostituted 14-year-old girls, and he only got 1 year in jail. And the guy, Acosta, who, not the Acosta of the other Acosta, but the, Elisa Milano said that this man, Acosta, is now Trump's Secretary of Labor. We're not talking about Jim Acosta here. The reporter that sued because he got kicked out of the reporting. But no, this is another Acosta, is now Trump's Secretary of Labor. He was the prosecutor who approved the deal, shutting down the probe into whether there were other people who took part in crimes. And Epstein was accused of forcing 50 minors to have sex with him. So this is a serious allegation, and Mueller went really light. So this is how it's going down. Mueller is obviously a shill, working for the people in another dimension. Yeah, Sarah's going to be in a little while, so you could keep me in the show for now, but thanks. Drag your relationship to social and me do? Okay, thank you. Oh, we're still talking between you and Rex. Okay, got it. Zetterbeard has a story. Fox 2 Detroit. Hey, that's right. Marijuana became legal in Michigan on December 6th. You're going to see a lot more people move to Michigan now. I'll bet you get some good deals in living in Michigan. Sure. The Michigan Board of Canvassers certified that it's just a matter of days. Marijuana will be legal in Michigan. It'll be Proposal 1 to legalize recreational marijuana will start December 6th. Adults 21 and older will be allowed to possess up to 2.5 ounces and grow up to 12 plants in their home. This is the most lucrative state law out there. Up to 12 plants and 2.5 ounces possession. Wow. I think in our state, you're only allowed to carry like an ounce total. And you certainly can't grow it in Washington. unless you have a license and you got through the lottery to be one of the official growers. They don't allow just everybody to grow here in Washington. It's $1,295 to apply for a permit to grow pot here. So we're kind of the first state to become legal, but we're also one of the last states to make any personal plant growth legal. So that's kind of weird. You go to Oregon, you can grow plants. You can grow plants in California, but you can't grow them in Washington. Which is fine with me because I really don't want to spend my time growing marijuana. I've never grown it, but I can see how it's kind of hands-on to do that. Well, you're going to see a lot of grow operations going down in Michigan. I mean, it's really a big boom for the economy. I'm actually quite pleased. Yeah. I mean, think about it. You want to move to someplace in Michigan, Detroit, you probably find a really nice property right now. Let's see what the price of a lowest price property in Detroit is. Let's put the market $10,000 with 1 bedroom. 136 houses for sale. Wow. And these are decent houses. Look at this. This is a brick house, man. Look at that. They even got nice rooms and a little outside garage for $6,500. You could probably grow your weed there for your personal use. It even has a basement, man. Look at the bones of this house. It's pretty decent. You know, think about Detroit. You're going to get construction value that's really well made. The bones of these houses are some of the nicest houses ever built. I'm not kidding. Boy, this is going to be a big, huge bonanza for people who want to take chances at living in Detroit again. Wow. Well, I hope that works out. In fact, we wanted to roll out our homestead renewal plan in and around Michigan just to get people housing that's affordable, that's improved and renovated. Yeah, that $8,500 one was pretty nice. Take a look at that again. Day by day. Whoa, yeah. Hey, yeah. Let's take a look at inside. The Chandler home. Well, let's look at the neighborhood too. What do you say? Okay, that's only one picture. So that's what you get. But if you want to go to the city, you could actually look around and see where it is. See? You're in a decent neighborhood. There it is. Somebody's living next door. See? It's not that like nobody's living here. Look at that. It's decent. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. There's a house that's boarded up across the street. A lot of these houses are empty, but they're like really cheap. Really, a lot of the houses need to be brought up to code within 120 days, though? Wow, you really checked that out, didn't you? You were thinking of moving there to Detroit, huh? Best value in American real estate today is Detroit, Michigan, especially with legalized pot. Wow. We're going to see some changes in that state. I really believe that that's the best move they could have made. Dave, Detroit is not safe. People break into people's houses and gang problems. It's a crap hole. Oh, I know. But I didn't want to tell you that. I don't want to send anybody into danger. The danger zone. Misanthropy, if you move to Detroit, you should watch the show Pawn Stars first. Absolutely. Thank you. I thought it was shot in Vegas, so why are we sending me to Detroit? I'm confused too. Yeah, you confused me. All right.
Into the water system of his loved one so that they can be infected. Representative from Lombard, I would like to make him a broth of Legionella and pump it into the water system of his loved one so that they can be infected, they can be mistreated, they can sit and suffer by getting aspirin instead of being properly treated, and ultimately die.
Wow. What do I do with that person? The Democrats have gone off the deep end, man. That's crazy. Hey, here's a really cool idea. Building a 3D house for under $5,000. These 3D printed homes can be built for less than $4,000 in just 24 hours. Look at that. It seems like the left really is very violent. I mean, they're very angry. That's kind of cool. I like it. It's just laid down as a three-dimensional house, and it's printed on a big press with concrete coming out of a nozzle. But they look pretty cool. I love that balcony. The printer is designed to be mobile and weighs about 2,000 pounds and can print any house anywhere. You just have to bring the concrete material to it. Very impressive. Yeah, 3D houses for $4,000. That would be the future of American building. I mean, when you think about it. Be a very unique way of building up new housing. Are you looking at that, Bob? Yeah. David, was she paid by the Republicans to say those things? I don't know. But whatever that woman's doing and why she said those things, I think only her psychiatrist knows for sure. Last night we did a story about Tom Arnold. I'll play a little bit more of that video. He was caught by the Secret Service. They actually came to his door and they approached him about some of the tweets that he's been making about the president. When you get to cut White House grass, you get your teeth implant. I don't know, man. Being honest is definitely a liability in this world. You can get hurt. Yeah, you take your life in your own hands when you're honest. I met a guy who claimed he was honest guys get hosed, and I'm an honest person. And it's kind of an interesting story because at the time he told me that. Right after he told me honest guys get hosed, he got arrested and then went in for a year in jail. I met this guy in a coffee shop. He happened to know who he was. Okay, so let's take a look at Tom Arnold, who claimed nothing. He did nothing wrong, but the Secret Service decided to come to his door anyway. And I think this is a misuse of the presidency. I think Donald Trump has violated Tom Arnold's rights.
These racist things on his show, and I've seen it because my buddies do his show. I said, well, at least show the country what he's really like, and that's sort of what my show is about.
Okay, well, so full disclosure.
Anyway, full disclosure.
We're not the First Amendment police. You're free to say.
No, I get it. I just want to get a little back.
So we're, when we go out on these interviews, we let people know, like, look, you're free to say whatever you want.
Oh, I hear
with no boundaries. Once a certain line is crossed,
of course, and I completely.
So, and in your type of case, what we're concerned with a lot too is the audience it could reach.
Absolutely.
Somebody to
I did see a crazy reaction to it from people that there's because I get a lot of death threats. I mean, there's a certain element. I don't know if they're positive, but I just ignore it. Because anytime you take a position opposite those people, you get, I get it all the time. And so I just say, I'm going to ignore this, I ignore it, get a certain amount of security, and I ignore it. But I also see how they take something and they blow it up like he is literally threatening to. And I find that absurd, but I can see how. And I also see people are tweeting Secret Service needs to be, like they can call you guys and have you come over. I'm like, that's ridiculous, but I understand what you're doing.
So
yeah, they could call they could call the Secret Service and that's ridiculous, but he understands why they're here. I feel bad for Tom Arnold. I think he kind of got caught between a rock and a hard place here. He's being heavily pressured by Donald Trump because remember, Tom Arnold said that there's video of Trump saying the N-word, which Omarosa has confirmed. He also, Tom Arnold said that he has good, solid information. There's a video of Donald Trump beating up his wife in an elevator. Those are all allegations that came out of Tom Arnold's tweets. Now, none of these things are in any way a threat to the president. They're more like stories about the president, which he doesn't like. So Trump is using the Secret Service to stop free press and free speech.
Because you see a lot of times when we've had previous attempts on the president's life that he got motivated by somebody. You know, you look at Reagan and
it's horrible. It's horrible.
So that's it's kind of twofold. We're addressing the tweet, but we also want to make sure what you said, what it can be taken as.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then obviously at the end of this whole thing, the biggest thing is to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Absolutely.
So those specific types of.
So they want to know what he said and then make sure it doesn't happen again. And he's going, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
The threats are just our scope. Anything else?
I understand.
So,
and as you say, like you said, you obviously know you're a public figure. So, as we've gone on several interviews with more like individuals who are public figures in society, it's not always concerned about. Obviously, we addressed anything that you may have tweeted or posted on Facebook or something, but what we have to worry about, you guys have an audience, like you say, inciting those that follow you.
Yeah.
You know, by being a public figure, like I said, you might have used it in like a kind of comedian type sense or whatever, being very comical about it. But there's a lot of people out there who they really follow. Hey, Tom Martin, he said this. That was the exact thing I needed. I needed.
Okay, for all of those statements I made, those are for people who actually can lip read, and they're a lot more sensitive than what I'm releasing now. I always prevent my my audience from hearing the harshest words, and I let the lip readers do that. So, yeah, I think it's up to Tom Arnold to defend himself here. I don't really have any other things I could imagine him saying. I'm trying to minimize the exposure because I think Tom Arnold is right now at a very critical point in his life where if he continues saying that he has video of the president saying the N-word or that he has video of the president beating up his wife Melania, he'd better present that video because I think it's pissing Trump off. Yeah. And I think Trump sent those Secret Service men to sit there and basically pressure him. Basically, Tom is claiming he has video of Donald Trump beating up his wife in an elevator, but he can't produce it. He says he's seen it, but he can't produce it, which is a really crazy allegation. He also claims that that Trump paid $500,000 to suppress that video. He also says there is a video of Trump speaking out racial slurs against every race on earth during the Celebrity Apprentice show that he was involved in. And neither one of those videos has come to light, but what has come to light is the Secret Service pressuring him even though he did nothing wrong. So it shows me that Trump must be guilty of something because he wouldn't be sending his attack dogs like a bunch of Gestapo agents out to suppress the free speech of a man like Tom Arnold. That's pretty outrageous. This is a terrible abuse of power, really, when you think about it. Yeah, well, if you're listening, anyone who may have a video, could you please release the video about Donald Trump? I'm tired of hearing about this. I think I am correct. It's a case of milady doth protest too much, and in this case, Trump is the milady who sent the Secret Service out to get Tom Arnold. Pressuring him, making it seem like, oh, you did a bad thing. What exactly did he do? I have yet to see one threatening tweet from Tom Arnold, once. So that's just classic misuse of power, what you're seeing right there. Anytime you have evidence of the Secret Service doing that. Now, Tom Arnold videotaped it from his living room, and he put this on the internet. in defense of what he's doing. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, they're really violating his freedom of speech, period. Now, you can't scream fire in a theater, and you certainly cannot threaten the president. And I've never seen a tweet from Tom Arnold that threatened him. The video is fake? Really? How do you know it's fake? Because it sure as hell looks like Tom Arnold, and it sounds like two Secret Service agents. So you tell me how fake that is. I think we caught the Secret Service doing something they shouldn't be doing. Really? How many Secret Service agents walk around and ask, are you recording this interview? I mean, seriously. They walked right in on a guy's home security system, and Tom Arnold was just basically pressured by the Secret Service. I just played a bit of it just now. Okay. Yeah, just moving on. Yeah, Tom has a right to videotape the inside of his house. Okay, we got Abby Martin, tell all with Abby Martin on WikiLeaks and Roger Stone. Well, I tend to believe that Roger Stone and Jerome Corsi are being targeted by Mueller, and he's not really going after the important people like who killed Seth Rich. I don't think Mueller's even investigating anybody on the Democratic side, which is very suspicious. Sarah is looking gorgeous, yes, and I'm going to take off for a while. If the Secret Service shows up at your house, are you legally required to let them in? I don't know. I think that you have to meet them.
No.
You don't have to let anyone in the door, technically, but they need a search warrant to get into your house. Technically, you don't have to let them in.
You can.
You can talk to them through the door, I suppose.
Not that I know of.
You're not legally required to let them in.
They have a search
but this is kind of unprecedented. This is the first time I've seen Secret Service used by a president to intimidate people. That's like really, really wild, and obstruction of justice is going on left and right here, it seems. It's, yeah, if you own your own property. Okay, I'm going to let that go by the wayside because I really can't keep reliving that nightmare. Tom Arnold could live it out himself. Hey, there is a lawsuit going up against the Trump Foundation, and this document has been filed in court. It's a true lawsuit alleging that the foundation didn't follow proper channels and behave as a charity and a nonprofit. Trump is named, Ivanka's named, Eric.
Wait, this is a motion of dismissal for it.
Oh, really?
I don't know.
Yeah, it probably was filed by the petitioner. The people of the state of New York versus Donald Trump. I don't know. It looked to me like another one in the long line of lawsuits that are going to go forward. Trump tried to say last week in court that he couldn't be sued because he's president. And the judge decided, come on back. You can get sued, Donald Trump. Okay, is the video out here? Is video out here? Sure enough, I got this on there.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'll work on it.
Okay.
Okay, good. You're up and running. Excellent. Thank you. Sarah's going to give you some time here.
Exactly 864. Anyone with a brain. 8 slices of cheese on the Whopper. Wow, that's pretty amazing. I agree. I kind of feel the same way about you, Miss Anthropy. You're like my best virtual friend. If I was allowed to have friends, you say. Like, who doesn't allow you to? I don't know. I've never really had Chick-fil-A. Thanks, Electric Paisley. Oh, good. We're both chicks. Good. Wow. Why do you say is she Sloopy? Why do you say that about supporting Sloopy? Is that Sloopy? I don't know. That's the woman that's Sloopy, and she says in her site something about Liz, under About Liz, an etiquette expert. She's an etiquette expert, and that's Sloopy. For representation with arranging high-profile events, advice about social behavior. How do you know that's Sloopy? And if it's Sloopy, like, I would think that her being Sloopy would be like not etiquette. Thanks, Ghost. Alright. Yes, you volunteer. I don't get paid for this. Yes. Loving David. Yes, it's actually, instead of a metaphor, it's an idiom. Ghost of Shannon. How do you know that's Sloopy, though? That's weird. Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. Good evening. And I hope you guys are having a great night. Wow. Huh. That is very interesting. That same Liz Brewer said that she was once married to the lead singer of the McCoys and Rick Derringer. Portfolio or blog or something. How do you know that's the same Liz Brewer, though? But it could be. I think you're right. Wow. I don't know if I have a link to the Tom video or not that David was having earlier. Is it Liz Derringer or Liz Brewer? Because it says Liz Brewer and who was married to Derringer. Okay. Oh, thanks, Scissor Fight. I mean, obviously it looks like her aged or something. Is she the blonde or is she the... I keep seeing her with this other blonde one, so I can't tell. Yeah, it could easily be her. Wow. So this is what this Anthropeers is saying this person is her. Okay. If you want me to find the Tom Arnold one, I can find it for you. I think David closed out of it, but I'll open it up. Unless he doesn't have it closed, recently closed. Maybe David didn't close it. Maybe it's still here. Let me find it. I have to go through David's videos or something.
Was there any credibility to the administration's argument?
No, I don't know where he has it. Sorry, David will have to find it for you. Oh, there you go. Thanks, Lulz, for getting it. I don't think I would ever fully dress like Shiny Puffy Coat. I don't think that's possible for most people. But I do like shiny puffy coats. Yeah, my feet do feel better, even though I didn't actually soak them yesterday. I think I just relaxed and they do feel better. Wow. I haven't seen Shiny Puffy Coat on our cameras in a while. Every once in a while he'll still go on. No, it's not a bannable offense. Good thing you're not a mod. You'd be banning everybody. I know, all the time, exactly when. So this is who Scissor Fight says is Sloopy. And the other one was who you said was Sloopy. Oh, she's a music journalist? Okay. I don't know, it could be. Because that's an old one. Yeah, oh. This one with her and Sting looks very, I'm gonna have to put that over because that looks like it could be the same person. I'm gonna do this comparison. David's always comparing people and I'll do my own thing. Where it's like, is this lady the same as this lady? Are these, where did I put it now? Oh yeah. Is this person the same younger version of her? I think it could be. I think you could both be right. You're having McDonald's delivered? Seriously? Can't you have like, if you're doing that, could it be like a salad or something? Oh, right. There's a recall on romaine. Unless they're growing it. I'm growing some Swiss chard in little cups in a room to have some greenery. Guess 925 is having McDonald's deliver. Yeah, Scissors Fight, your site is from 2012 and his site is from current. And his site looks like it's really actually like, and that those pictures on that site looks like it's older pictures. Okay, so let's do that again. Could this woman and this woman be the same? Yeah. Definitely. I'd say yes. The first one looks that way and the other one's all prim and proper. Oh, Derringer Media About page. Okay. Yeah, they're totally different personalities. Misanthropy's doing the Liz Brewer, an international icon, ambassador, and impresario. She's taught etiquette courses in places like Moscow, and I guess Misanthropy put, so that's where Trump learned to act. Your DoorDash or Uber Eats. You're using Uber Eats tonight. It's cheaper and they package it better. Okay. Wow. Imaginary wannabe rapper is on a very strict vegan diet. Vegan all capitalized. No sugar. Is it that kind of vegan diet? I agree with you, Ticken. Etiquette would seem like a subjective thing, but have you seen like Hell's Kitchen where they have to prepare the dining room with each place setting has so many pieces of glasses and different silverware, like 16 different pieces of silverware for each place setting. Howie, did it, you'd say don't eat out, don't eat sugar, don't eat salt, but do eat meat. Yeah, I was looking at pictures I was looking at her blog as well. I don't even know if I want to have her on my screen anymore. It's kind of like David was looking at the other people. I don't want to look at Liz Derringer either. Uncured bacon as a blessing. Yeah, I think it all varies from person to person, Rex, as far as blood pressure goes. Stormy Daniels is now claiming that Michael Avenatti sued Trump against Stormy Daniels' wishes because Trump won't take her phone calls anymore. Okay, I added the last sentence, but still. Wow. According to NBC News, there were inmates that have been accused of scamming hundreds of U.S. service members in some kind of sextortion ring. Like extortion, but with a twist. I don't know. No, I think it's fine that you don't eat meat, that you're a vegan. I think that's a great thing for you. I know some people that are vegan, and that's very good. Oh. Is that where you got that information from? I guess I should go back and get that. You should give David a link to that Sleepy thing. Oh no, here it is.
I heated up your hot cocoa for you.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. So some say it's Liz Brewer and some say it's Liz Derringer. So who knows? How can you prove who it was? I agree. This is definitely hot cocoa weather. Yes, I do have hot chocolate in this cup. Yes, David is very sweet. I came home and I didn't eat anything. It's not that large of a quantity. I made this hot cocoa this morning thinking I'd drink it, but I didn't drink all of it or even half of it. No electric Baisley. Yeah, I love hot cocoa when it's cold outside. Here it doesn't have to be snowing. It's just like rainy and windy in November. I'm feeling fine. I feel fine. I might look at this NBC News article. Wow. Wow. NCIS estimated that 442 service members from Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines were scammed out of a combined $560,000. With nothing more than smartphones and a few keystrokes. South Carolina inmates, along with outside accomplices, victimized all these service members. The inmates used smartphones to pose as underage girls in order to trick U.S. service members into paying them thousands of dollars. What? The inmates were assisted by associates on the outside in targeting military service members on social media and dating websites. Oh. The inmates pretended to be women, and they engaged in romantic relationships with the men. They exchanged pictures with the men, according to officials. Then they would pose as a police officer or an older family member, claiming the person they had exchanged pictures with was a minor. The inmates would extort money from the military members, who believed they now possessed pictures that they shouldn't, in exchange for not pursuing charges. Wow. Unreal. Yeah, they weren't even girls, I'm sure. You say the girls weren't underage, they never met. They probably weren't even girls that were involved. Crazy. Well, it's crazy that South Carolina gives their inmates access to smartphones or internet devices. Just don't exchange pictures with anyone. Don't exchange compromising pictures with anyone. Wow, a businessman gave $1,000 checks to every student at Paradise High School. Paradise High School was decimated in the fire. He gave $1,000. He gave $1,000 checks over to 1,000 staff and students at Paradise High School. $1 million. Wow. U.S. manufacturers are saying Trump tariffs are just going to bring higher prices. They're not going to actually have the intended effect of what Trump wants, which is more jobs. The manufacturers are like, no, we're not going to open places, manufacturing facilities in the U.S. because of tariffs. We're just going to pay the tariffs and slap the price on the end consumer. Yes, I have. It's crazy. Graybeard is right. Sarah, have you seen what can be done with computers? People can fake being you, make a picture of you talking, make a real looking video of you doing what they want. The NSA is worried about this, as they should be. I mean, they shouldn't. I mean, it is very crazy because, yes, I've seen the technology and it is pretty intense. Yeah, you're right. They can fake anything. He says someone can fake the president making an attack statement and start a war. So people should assume that no one wants to go to war, and we should assume the best. Assume positive intent. and assume that everything is like that. In some ways, that's, I guess some people is like, everybody is assuming, David assumes everything's fake. Wow. Wow. A dog on my island dug up a 13,000-year-old woolly mammoth fossil. That's pretty cool. True scissor fight. How exactly would the person know it was a woolly mammoth fossil? Well, there were woolly mammoths on our island, but let's see. MyNorthwest.com. His owner thought it was a rock. After he washed it and dried it out, it began to look more like a bone. He sent photos to the UW's Burke Museum, whose resident paleontologist determined that his dog had found a piece of prehistoric treasure. It was part of a woolly mammoth's tusk. It's thought to be a Columbia mammal, one of the last of the line of species that entered North America 1.5 million years ago. It could grow to be as tall as 13 feet, weighed upwards of 22,000 pounds. It's also the most common species of mammoth found in fossil form in the state. It's not rare enough to be a museum piece. Growing a beard. That's more than I can do.
Yeah, that's...
All right.
Yeah, I just reheated that if you want any. If you're not.
Thank you. Yeah, I will have some.
Okay. All right. Yeah, the news is kind of a midweek bore. I think we're kind of dealing with the same things over and over again, with Mueller still going on and on and on. It's like we expected more out of this guy. I know a lot of the Democrats who voted in the race in favor of the Democrats, they didn't vote for amnesty. I voted for accountability, not amnesty for immigrants.
NASA administration says the U.S. is returning to the moon sooner than you think.
Yeah, in their mind, yeah. They're working on a new studio. Really high quality studio they're putting out.
There was a Siberian unicorn, according to a study, but climate change killed it. It looks more like a woolly mammoth than anything.
Yeah, climate change apparently is the cause of everything now. Especially considering they keep contaminating the environment. Makes sense. Create the problem that only you can fix. All right.
Okay. Thanks for the heating up my hot cocoa and reheating the dinner, and I'll go work on that.
Finish whatever you want, and whatever you want for lunch, take that. I put a dish out for you if you want anything extra. All right. I cannot demand Mark to fix the emote app because he's got another Vmoji thing. I think the emote app was purposely taken down. I get that impression. And he created Vmoji, where you can grab anything on his site and just paste it in. That's the site, in case you want to know where to go, you Vaughners. Yeah, so, you know, whatever you like. Copy, trigger, paste. There you go. I think that's what he's trying to replace it with, but that's just my guess. Because I noticed it wouldn't work for me either. We will be singing Man on the Moon, right? We'll all be becoming Andy Kaufman someday, I guess. The inevitable place for all of us is yet to be dug yet, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, not everyone cares about the people that were living 6,000 years ago. And I've been making a big issue about that. It's like, you know, we really should respect the Abalubidi Dababa family of Crete. The Alibudabadabidi family was very, very successful. Who cares? They're gone. They're long gone. So you dropped a box of spaghetti on the ground and accidentally graduated from art school. Wow, that is amazing. Imagine the talent it took to do that, to drop that spaghetti. The Ooga Booga family in Madagascar were actually known by the popular names Adam and Eve. They traced our human genome to Madagascar and a couple of people that were copulating. I believe they may have been Adam and Eve. I don't know. I give Trump, what, 15, yeah, I'd say within a year and a half we should see resignation. But I said that a year and a half ago, so it's getting kind of redundant. The Ooga Booga family, whatever, I just came up with the name. Surely that exists somewhere. Surely I jest. Trump is not evil, arrogant, yes. But he thinks he knows what he's doing, but he doesn't. Yeah, I know, and that's the problem. We don't need a guy who's arrogant. We need a guy who knows what he's doing. Therein lies the problem of the universe. You buy what you believe, not what you really need. You need to be convinced of somebody better than him. And I think having Trump steal 20 of my ideas really was a good start for us. So, Donald, if you're listening, I want to thank you for stealing all 20 of my ideas and using them in your own effort. Yeah, I've been able to mold policy by simply having him steal my ideas, which is great. I think he is crooked. Yeah, I really do. But I think it's more than that. I think he really loves money. Therein lies the problem. Well, I would argue that Obama was just arrogant too. Well, let's be perfectly clear. If that was arrogant, he was reading off a teleprompter. A lot of you guys loved Obama because he was so eloquent. He read off of a teleprompter. Michelle Obama will make sure Obama lives to see 100. Melania couldn't care less if Trump... Really? Do you know Melania that well? Trump was 100-to-1 shot, but actually with the Illuminati's help and the Zionists from Russia and Israel, I believe that Donald Trump had a guarantee win in that race after they rigged the election. The love of money is the root of all evil, as it's written in the Bible. It's really a new world order. Henry Kissinger, 2016. Dave, please get Rick Derringer to call into your show to confirm if Sloopy is Liz Derringer or Liz Brewer. We don't know, and I don't really care. Sloopy was never meant to be an icon. She's just a woman who danced in 3 seconds a perfect move. And then we repeated that over and over again. We created this. The Sloopy character was born out of the 70s. Why are we making a big issue of her? Do you have a thing for older women too? All right, Howie did it. Don't try to OD on anything. Liz Brewer.
In my book,
That's not Liz. That's not Sloopy. That's Liz Brewer. Big difference. Liz Brewer knows Ivana Trump very well. Got a commendation. Ivana gave her a commendation, yeah.
I write in a way that everybody can understand. So it's from doing something from tea for 2 to an event for 5.
I have no idea who that is. We'll watch that later tonight. Some of you guys really get into these older women things. Dave, you can't have a real discussion. Why not? Then tell me who is in it for the money. Donald Trump is. Donald Trump is in it for the money. Do you feel lucky? Well, do you? Punk? Do you feel lucky? We haven't heard from Rodney in a while. Have you noticed that?
Hey there, live at large, man. Live at large.
Hi, Sarah. How are you? He's been missing like for a year now, it seems. So if you find a Sloopy music video where her hair is down, it looks exactly like a younger Liz Brewer. Well, you know, you're going to be the decider on that, Misanthropy, since you're fixating on that one thing. No, you can't drive it. In fact, you'll be living in the garden. Howie, I didn't tell you, but we're putting up tiny houses for all the gardeners out there in the rose garden. Yeah, it'll be a kind of a live-in workshop kind of thing where you make like money and get to eat out of the buffet all the time. You get 3 meal tickets a day at the buffet and a good paying salary with benefits. But good paying in my day will be $36,000 a year. Right now, gardeners are making $60,000 a year there. No, I'm saying you'll have a tiny house outside in the garden if you want to do the gardening gig. It'll come with a tiny house. Yeah, I don't want to have you pay for Washington, D.C. housing and then go take the bus back and forth. That's a White House security breach, just getting you in and out. You got to live at the Rose Garden, all right? Oh, there's a betting odds on who's betting on who, which candidate, Kamala Harris, Betty O'Rourke. So they've got an actual political British bet going on who's going to take the nomination for the Democrats. Kamala Harris, Beto O'Rourke, Elizabeth Warren, Joe Biden, or Bernie Sanders. Yeah, I wonder who's like pumping out the most right now. Wow. And how come they don't even mention Clinton in there? Oh, there she is. Kirsten Gillibrand, 81-5. The most even odds you'd think would be the best bet. You know, I'm just not going to worry about it. I'm not a Democrat, thank goodness. California Democratic Chairman Eric Bauman accused of sexually explicit comments. Wow, was he like sex chatting with his girlfriend or something?
Hey, baby.
You know, women don't like that. They may seem they do, but, you know, I've heard from many women on the show that said that they don't like the sex chat. It's not something they enjoy. Isn't that right? No, I actually have never had a conversation with anybody in this show about that. Well, I just get the impression they don't want to sex chat. I don't sex chat. California Democratic Chairman Eric Bauman accused of sexually explicit comments, unwanted touching. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. Oh, Eric Bauman, the powerful chairman of the California Democratic Party, made crude sexual comments that engaged in unwanted touching or physical intimidation in professional settings. 10 party staff members and political activists said in interviews. 10 party staff members and political activists, too. They were groped and touched and intimidated. Me too, a generation born in the holidays. I have a feeling they'd need to get very good security. I just think there's a problem with the Democrats. They're all a bunch of lustful, grab-ass gropers, just like Donald Trump, you know? I hate to generalize, but let's go ahead and do it anyway. You know? Perverts amidst. We don't have any decent people back in American politics anymore. How are you going to pay? Where are you going to go when you get what you got? That gun's $350 retail. I don't do Christopher Walken that well. Well, I don't like to imitate men who've got sordid backgrounds in which they may or may not have been involved in the death of Natalie Wood. You know, it's like, I really don't like doing impersonations of people that involved in deep activities. Democrat. Trump is a Democrat. You know, people are saying on the Hill that he's definitely off the Hill. He's definitely a Democrat in Republican clothing. Well, the way he said, you know, first we take their guns, then we do the due process. Remember that? The NRA must be totally pissed about him on that one. A bassist and street drummer in crazy mode. Wow. Let's bring you a taste of YouTube on the streets. Yeah. Yeah. Social warrior type. Well, one thing is for sure, they're not going to sue me for monetization. You know? That's the only good thing about it. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, it seems like everywhere you turn, you get sued for monetization. Okay, we had a couple of requests to not play it because it may trigger seizure activities in small rodents. Wow. The group Cacophony. Wow, it was incredible. Incredibly cacophonous. Well, yes, this is a centrist party, Graybeard. Yeah, and now you know what we've been doing for 10 years. We've got extremists on the left who want to take away your right to have an abortion. And we got extremists on the right who want you to, you know, definitely take away your right to have an abortion. Okay. All I'm saying is I'm not a woman, and I'm concerned about women that are seeking choices. And right now, with the complexion of our Supreme Court and Donald Trump cheating with the Russians' help, and now stacking the Supreme Court against you people on the left, suffice to say that I will at least find a middle ground where we can make sure that women who are choosing to have an abortion make that choice within the first 20 weeks. This is my idea, by the way. The first trimester abortion law was my concept. Graybeard, do you want to just not talk about other people here? Thanks. Can't believe he's promoting his own party. Wow. I've been doing this for 10 years and you have the audacity to come in here and claim that a centrist party should be called something? That's pretty rude there, buddy. Wow. You took some liberties there, pal. Yeah. We are trying to open up opportunity to people, but I can't guarantee if you're lesbian, gay, bi, transgender, or pedophile, whether we're going to hire you. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't stand behind the LGBTQP movement. I'm not a part of that. So if you are, the Democratic Party is waiting for you. Or if you're one of those hard right-wing white supremacists, racists, the Republican Party would be a future place for you. Oh, good. What are you cooking tomorrow? Well, I was going to make a turkey pizza, but then I morphed it into a Turkish pizza, and now I don't even know what I'm going to make. Yeah, and I don't have any pizza dough, and I can't do pizzas. So all the pizza dough out there is genetically modified, which is designed to absorb more Roundup than other products. And as you know, most of us are pissing Roundup now. 93% of America is pissing Roundup. Isn't that special? Well, I thought it would be a good after Thanksgiving thing to make a turkey leftover dish, but I saw a nice one with turkey stuffing and turkey and cheese, but that's too simple, and I've got just a lot of turkey. She had great broccoli cheddar soup that's already pre-made. All I have to do is heat it up. That would be the simplest dinner. We bought it at Costco. We used that for our bean dish, by the way. It worked out great. If you haven't seen our 2-hour video on YouTube, Sarah and I made a really good cooking dinner for Thanksgiving. And it got rave reviews from the Republicans because I actually complimented Trump during the show. I think it's amazing that Trump is able to withstand all of the abuse that he's getting, whether it's warranted or not. I think he's a pretty resilient character. I really have respect for the fact that he can handle all the pressure and maintain his composure. He's doing a good job, and I commend the work of John Kelly and James Mattis. Yeah, these men, General Mattis and General Kelly, have been very good maintaining the keel and the rudder of our economy and our foreign policy combined. I mean, without their solid decisions, I think we'd be all over the place. The market had a huge day today, by the way. Let me just give you the totals. It was a major landmark day on Wall Street upon news that the Fed was going to not raise interest rates as fast as they expected. Everyone really said, wow, it rallied. Got above 25,000, 617-point increase in the stock market today. So a little bit of news that the Fed's going to not push the interest rates higher quicker is a great relief, especially with the anticipated holiday retail sector doing well. So I think it's a good time to be bullish right now for a short time period up until the end of the year. Then I would say, reconsider your options. David, did you see the CNN broadcast about the Nazi Party growing large again in Germany? I've heard a lot of propaganda about that. But we can watch it tonight. Thanks for the link. Yeah, it is growing, and it's been growing for some time. You put Angela Merkel in charge of Germany, rather, and replacing Helmut Schmidt for so long she's been like a fixture going nowhere. And there's a lot of people on the right that are really upset about the immigration issues. So yeah, it does give more credence to the people who are hard right Nazis over there. I think, yeah, if you use Roundup to clean your bong, you're insane, Eric. Are you making that up, or are you just telling us did you really use Roundup to clean your bong? I'm not kidding. Because if you did, Eric, you need to get checked out. Yeah, that's dangerous, man. That's not the intended use. It doesn't say clean your bong on the bottle. It does sound like you did, I know. Eric, you are really out. Don't you know we warn you about Roundup here in the show all the time, man? What are you doing? God, can you believe this poor guy? Anyway. Well, let's be clear. One Pacific Redwood has assessments of the West Coast and how the chemtrails are affecting the weather. We'll bring his show to you tonight.
Okay, today is November 28th, 2018, and right now at 2 o'clock in the afternoon we have cloudy skies with chemtrail spraying going on. We have the aerosols being sprayed into Nevada, Arizona. Okay,
now we'll bring his show in. Now, he is an ardent Trump supporter. He doesn't realize Trump doesn't care about him, or he won't even reveal chemtrails. But we have another video here, not found. Here's another link. Hang on. Tiny URL, thank you. And this video coming in tonight from Scissor Fight. Paradise Lost to Dust.
Hi, everybody. It's still November.
One site full of clear evidence. Do use, not a wildfire. So Never Lose Truth is going to focus on the possible use of a directed energy weapon in and around California's Camp Fire disaster. Bad, I know. Never Lose Truth will bring that story to you tonight as well. Cool. Thank you for those links. This man's beer belly turned out to be a 77-pound tumor. Okay, this is Wasteful Wednesday, so we had to cover stories like this. So he had a beer belly, and he went to his local provider, said, hey, what's going on? A California man is on the mend after having a 77-pound tumor removed from his abdomen that he thought was just a beer belly. Wow. It was a retroperitoneal liposarcoma, a cancer that starts in the fat cells at the back of the abdomen. Wow. It was a 6-hour procedure. And a week later, he was more than 100 pounds lighter. You know, they should show pictures of him before and after, you know. You know, that's just not really appropriate to show somebody with a tumor, though. You know, but it's important to at least know that you look pretty good there. Yeah. He's making Turkish pizza, but yeah, I don't think it'll be Turkish pizza. Like I said, I don't have any pizza dough, and I'm not going to make it from scratch. Yeah, and I really don't think I should put it in pita. Well, pita bread open face would be kind of an interesting Turkish. If I find some non-GMO pita bread, I might just make open face Turkish pizza after all. Yeah. Oklahoma home shooter. What's happening here? Oklahoma homeowner shoots, kills intruder 5 years after shooting after another would-be burglar. Oh, and then we've got more news on Stormy. Let's listen in.
Haven't decided yet what to. Dramatic twist. Stormy Daniels says her attorney, Michael Avenatti, sued President Trump for defaming her against her wishes and alleges Avenatti withheld information from her and launched a new crowdfunding campaign without her permission. Daniels saying in a statement tonight, I haven't decided yet what to do about legal representation moving forward. Avenatti responding that he's Stormy's biggest champion. I have personally sacrificed an enormous amount of money, time, and energy toward assisting her because I believe in her. Avenatti says Daniels agreed to pay him $100 under their original agreement, and all other money raised would go toward his legal fees.
My attorney and I are committed to making sure that everyone finds out the truth.
In a separate suit, Daniels is suing the president and his former personal attorney, Michael Cohen, over a hush money payment, claiming Cohen paid her $130,000 just before the 2016 election about a sexual encounter with Mr. Trump in 2006, which the president denies. Kristen Welker, NBC News, Washington.
Wow, this is huge.
We are on the cusp.
This is huge. I mean, yeah, she never wanted the defamation suit. Trump prevailed, and she has to pay Trump's fees, and she's now suing her attorney, Avenatti, who's been behaving like a screwball, claiming he didn't hit. Well, he claimed that the woman hit him first, and then he said he'd never hit a woman. Yeah, he got out and off the charges, but still, he didn't pay $200,000 in leased building space. He got sued for $200,000. He didn't even pay for his building space, yet he made $470,000 on crowdfunding while claiming he's going to run for president, which is illegal. Oh wow, this Avenatti guy is a real work, man. So I hope she prevails, suing him back. Jeez, good luck. He seems like it, yeah. It's like totally what do they call them? Ambulance chasers? They go after people who just want to get representation. The dispute thing was dropped. Apparently, the whole story of the ex-wife had said was reduced down to no charges at all. She claimed he hit her, and then later we heard in the news that it was a pillow fight. I think the whole thing is being covered up. Yeah. And he's not allowed to use crowdfunding sources to run for president. That is illegal. Well, that's shocking. Well, we should at least play a little Stormy tonight in the at the 10 o'clock hour. We've got this song queued up from the Classics 4. Yeah, whenever Stormy's in the news, we play a little of the Classics 4. I can't play it all because it, of course, will be monetized by YouTube. Rain's coming by, stormy in the rain. Do-do-do-do-do. It's worth it. I can't. No, they'll monetize me. I know. I'd like to play it right now. My desire is to play it, but I can't. So the Dow Jones, 617 points up. Fantastic. Donald Trump issued a kind of a, well, positive thing. It's a Christmas message. And in it, he says, on behalf of Flotus, Melania, and the entire Trump family, I want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas. May this Christmas season bring peace to your hearts, warmth to your homes, cheer to your spirits, and joy to the world. Hashtag NCTL 2018. All right. National Park Foundation. Okay. Wouldn't it be better if you just hashtagged missing immigrant children? Yeah, or possibly no Russian collusion, hashtag Russian collusion. Or maybe it's all fake news, hashtag fake news. You know, Robuscules, it was not a thing at Disneyland. No, you're remembering your time at the a festival that was in California called the Renaissance Festival. Oh my gosh, they're changing the paintings. The White House is having new art done. We've got Andrew Jackson with his hand over his face. And we have another proof that someone's been doctoring George Washington's. He's flipping our president off. It's terrible. Yeah, that was I think it was Renaissance Fair. They did these massive turkey legs. I was at the first Renaissance Fair in 1973. Oh man, it was incredible. Oh man, I had my eyes full of incredible, beautiful women in scanty clothes. Yeah, when I was 13 years old, it was like looking around going, oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, you start to realize you're in the big world now. Yeah, anyway. Oh my gosh, there's a bannable offense in the room. Yeah, the Renaissance Fair was, back in the 70s, it was a hippie event. And there were women in there wearing hardly any tops, and it was like it was amazing. I'll tell you that was like an eyeful for a young man. Well, I was only 13 years old. No, it might have been Knott's Berry Farm, you're right, maybe. Yeah, at Real More Steel Dynamics announced that it will build a brand new 3 million ton steel mill in the Southwest. It will create 600 good paying jobs in America. Really? Congratulations to the Steel Dynamic company that's going to now hire 600 more people to endure chemtrails over Arizona. Yeah, so 600 more people will be working but breathing chemtrails over Arizona. All right, this is time for my theme song. I normally don't wait this long, but, here we go. Here we go again. Actually, it's going to be the usual, the song I created for myself. When I was a Democrat for 30 years, I realized I needed to listen to the Republicans, and I did. And I moved over to the right. And now I call myself Mr. Right.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around. 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true.
All right, we're back. The Chair Dance Master, yes. You know, I'm trying to get a bigger studio so I can actually do some of my Taibo, I call it Tai Chi Bu, or Tai Chi Bo, where I do Tai Bo but in slow motion, you know. And then I could do the Tai Chi Bo kata that I do every day for you guys and proceed to take on unknown enemies from various three-dimensional perspectives. But that's not quite what we're doing right now. Meanwhile, back at the slave farm where everyone constantly works and gets on that hamster wheel every day and brings home the bacon and then spends it recklessly because you just don't know what else to do with your money. Well, I'm here to bring on the idea of solvency. I don't know Taibo or Billy Banks. I do a thing called Tai Chi Bo. Different than Taibo completely. Yes, Joe, I killed it with the dance. Well, unfortunately, my system is on low maintenance and I'm defragmenting my hard drive. If I go into fast maintenance, I am unable to use my hydrogen jetpacks for the entire dance procedure. That's right. Every day I come in here and I do the suit thing so it looks more normal when I will be someday wearing a suit. Well, if you just want to be in bondage, then this is your opportunity to get involved. Yeah, you can join the slaves to the dollar bill. This growing world of indebtedness is becoming a big part of our lives. And we've even chosen icons like Donald Trump and Ivanka, who represent the darkest, most evil forces in our society. People that love and worship money. Who was it that said that the love of money is the root of all evil? It was in the Bible. Also repeated in We the People by Carl Sandburg, 1961, in which he talked about how we became enslaved by the US dollar. The love of money is unto I am Dave, digital audio video entity. I have taken over the show for David John Sponheim. I will be your chat host till the remainder of the show while David continues to resign to rest and relaxation. Yeah, I don't know how many people knew Jersey even knows about me, Joe. You know, you people in Jersey are different than the New Yorkers. You know, so maybe if the word gets out, you never know, Joe. Hey, I need mainstream media attention, Joe, if I'm really going to be a contender. Otherwise, we're stuck with the Democrats and Hillary and the Republicans and Donald. For real, I'm not kidding either. It's that bad. They've censored me so long, it's ridiculous. That's sick. That is sick and disturbing, but something I want to look at later.
For the love of money, gotta make that money, man.
For the love of money, gotta make that money, man, yeah. Yeah, for the love of money, for the love of money. Anyway, everybody seems to need money to get by, and I get that. I don't blame you for wanting money, folks. It's not abnormal to want money, because it's what pays the bills and what helps your family and you and your family get away, have fun, have a roof over your head. But the problem is the love of money has become the thing that Donald Trump and the Trump family have become very much into. He fashions himself, calling himself the king of debt. Well, he's also a man who's willing to do business with Russian oligarchs and make serious money. So the Russians have been grooming Donald for some time because he is so greedy. I actually had a person in iBlog last night shocked that I said that Donald Trump is controllable. He says, no, he's a billionaire. What is it? People can't control him. He's a billionaire. He owes $1 billion to Deutsche Bank. He has a combined debt load of $2.3 billion he owes various people. His monthly nut is like $30 to $60 million a month just to meet his interest payments alone on his debt. That's a lot of moolah. Yeah. So the stress of meeting $30 to $40 million a month, he's got to make some phone calls. Oh, Vladdy, yes, of course, whatever you say. Just put me in touch with Sergey so I can get a little more cash. He's very vulnerable to manipulation by Russian government oligarchs because Russian government is an oligarch-run government. The Russians use the Zionist oligarchs as a way to control and manipulate other countries. And that's what happened to our country. And that's, in case you're wondering, that's what they're trying to sort out still. But it's almost like we got to keep reviving the message because Mueller isn't doing a good enough job. And I've been talking about all the incredibly bad things that Trump has done. Trump tweet done in 2017. Yeah. Was extremely disturbing. And I played this for you the other night. I'm still kind of shocked that he'd write this while he's being investigated. After he fired James Comey to end the Russia investigation, while he's being investigated, all of his private meetings with Putin were never recorded. Not one of the minute of the 5.5 hours of conversations he had were ever recorded. And then he tweets this in 2017. While we found out indisputably that the Russians hacked our election, he says, Putin and I discussed forming an impenetrable cybersecurity unit so that election hacking and many other negative things will be guarded. So he wanted to approach the very people that hacked our election to run our cybersecurity. And he did ostensibly fire everybody that Obama had that were doing their job fairly well up until finding out that we'd been breached. He fired all of them just as a rule. David will explode the market? Really? Tell me more. A brand new hope for America will really help our country. No question about it. A third-party president will actually rebrand our nation yet again. The question is where we go from there and how we approach the new markets and emerging needs of the world around us and how we can help fill that gap. That will determine our success and viability as a nation. Really. We have yet to really perform. I said this last night. We have yet to really perform in a brand new, innovative, renewable energy sector. We need to do that. We've got the people, the talent. We've got lots of people right now graduating high school who have great knowledge with robotics and solar panel systems. We need to get those young people jobs. Always use a lawn blower with eye protection. Yeah. Hey, Dr. Colostomy, you're here. You're an expert on colostomies, right? You've had a few plastic inserts you've been exchanging. Welcome to the show, man. Yes, you are. You have. You've got rectums on your mind. It must be tough being a proctologist in this day and age and having nothing but sphincters around you. How does that feel? Good? Lubricated? Tell me more. You got video of Trump begging Putin for money? I want to see that. Better be real. Well, let's be clear. Let's be unclear. No, that's just not that's a fake video. Okay. I bet you do. Dr. Colostomy, everybody, expert on proctology and whatnot. Wow. having a real star here. You know, not enough people really recognize the stars of industry like you, Dr. Colostomy. You're up there with, I guess, you're the Joe Walsh of colostomy bags, I would think, you know? You're up there with the major rock stars of the industry. Do you go to the proctology conventions too? They're having kind of one of those in Vegas right now. Amazon's cloud convention is going on. 40,000 people, sold out event. People who basically think their head is up their ass. You could go there and check it out. Is this real? Well, we don't need to talk about that here, Eric. Just bring us down. You just smoked a marijuana bong hit out of a Roundup Ready bong, Eric. How can you even imagine cleaning your bong out with Roundup? I mean, what's wrong with you? He just admitted he cleaned his bong out with Roundup. God, you can't even smoke pot responsibly here, Eric. And you have to be in a legal state to do that, you know. Hey, this put a smile on my face and probably wiped Hillary's off forever. At least it's good news. What is it?
The FBI with a very critical breaking news announcement. The FBI has just sent a letter to Congress informing them that they have discovered new emails pertaining to the former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's investigation.
About time. 2 years. 2 years we've waited for Donald Trump to make some progress here. 2 years he's waited. And now, Johnny come lately, finally, when we found out that Hillary Clinton is going to be running for president again in 2020, he finally gets them to do something. Wow. At this rate, we might even get the birth certificate of Barack Obama reviewed again. You think? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Donald Trump is too deep state to do that. Scratch that idea.
And they are reopening the case into her criminal and illegal conduct that threatens the security of the United States of America.
All right, well, that's a nice start in the right direction, but it took nearly 2 years for him to do this. Why was he waiting all this time? And don't tell me Jeff Sessions refused any of his requests, because there is no visual evidence of that. There's no paper trail of Donald Trump trying to investigate Hillary Clinton over the past year and a half. Why now? I'll tell you why. Because it's getting hotter and hotter with the Mueller investigation heating up, and Donald Trump is going to try to use this to divert our attention yet again. Yeah. That's another move. Yeah, this is always in the bag. He just never did it, and he showed me that he was deep state, and he was working for the deep state all along. And now he finally tasked them to do this. Well, it's time to shift gears, because he's trying to divert attention. He's still dealing with the inevitable reality that he's surrounded by the Russian problem. And I know what you're thinking. You're saying,
Could it be Satan?
I believe it could be. We have a possible infiltration by the Luciferians in the Trump administration. That's right. Yep, the Zionists are trying to control Trump, and they're all Luciferians. I know, I had to round that out somehow. Well, it gets complicated. You know, the Russian Zionists, the oligarchs, are in cahoots with the Chabad Leibovich, Trump's personal synagogue that he goes to with his daughter Ivanka and the wonderful son-in-law Jared Kushner. They go to Chabad Leibovich and they meet all these Ashkenazis. And then that's how the deals were all brokered with Donald Trump and the Ashkenazis. So if you still think that Donald Trump is stopping the deep state, he's conveniently trying to push Clinton's buttons to kind of divert attention at this point. Yeah, because it's definitely heating up with Mueller. Now that Manafort flipped, yeah, he was going to cut a deal, a plea agreement, but then he lied in the plea agreement, and they're trying to figure this out. They think that Manafort's protecting the mob, yet trying to work a plea agreement, kind of play both sides against the middle. Thank you, love Donald Trump. Thank you, hey, thank you so much. Oh, you know what buttons to push, man. I'll tell you what button to push. Just grab them by the beep, beep, beep. That's all you got to do is grab them by the beep. Hey, Joe, I don't do Saudis. I'm not involved with Saudi Arabia. I wouldn't go over there and kiss their ass like Trump did with his little parade, pretending to be a Muslim, carrying a sword around, touching the globe. I wouldn't do that. You wouldn't find me in Saudi Arabia, period. I wouldn't be a suck ass to the Zionist Saudi elitists like Trump was. But I will say this. My idea of keeping good relations with Saudi Arabia on a general basis is very, very solid. But I'm no way am I going to just bend over like Trump did and grease up and let the Saudis, give them the big one. No, I wouldn't wave the saber. I wouldn't do the Donald dance. No. Nope, I don't care. I'm not into money. That's where you're wrong. See, hey, you Republicans all think alike. All you care about is cash. I have no materialism and money have no effect on me. I am like the character in The Matrix. I live on a pure level, specifically for the betterment of mankind. I'm not seeking monetary gain at all. I've never made a penny doing this show. In fact, I can honestly say I bought these at a wholesale outlet for $1. They're a little off, aren't they? Yeah, I try to save money wherever I can. So you guys who are into money like Republicans, greedmongers, scumbags, piglets, you have a party all designed to give you people a little reach around and circle jerk called the Republican Party. You Democrats who want to control our lives and deny our freedoms, oh, you got your little party too and your little circle jerk fest going on. But that too will become relatively old as America continues to strive for true centrism and individuality in the center of the political spectrum. And that's where I come in. A yuppie on drugs, really? Which do you prefer, the power Gucci's? You like those? Well, I think keeping an even keel with Saudi Arabia is good. I don't like what the CIA is recently saying about the Crown Prince. I think that's a little bit presumptuous, especially since there's still no DNA evidence convincing us that Khashoggi is in a suitcase with a mangled face. It doesn't look like Khashoggi. It just looks like a mangled face. Second of all, I think that the government, the FBI, is finally having to do something for the Republicans now, because I think the FBI has been very biased in favor of Clinton for some time. But that doesn't vindicate Donald Trump for firing James Comey at a critical time to end the Russian investigation. That's called obstruction of justice, and he's going down for that, man. And this recent move by Trump to put Matthew Whitaker in place, that's another classic example of a man trying to obstruct justice. In a self-defeating and self-incriminating slip-up, Trump just indicated he installed Matthew Whitaker to kill the Russian probe. So we're seeing Matthew Whitaker get installed instead of Jeff Sessions, which is really kind of bizarre considering he was never vetted by the Senate. But he indicated that Matthew Whitaker, he wants Whitaker to hamper the Russian investigation. And speaking to the Daily Caller, Trump called Whitaker somebody that's very respected and tacked on. As far as I'm concerned, this is an investigation. This is an investigation that should never have been brought. It's reminiscent of Trump's admission to NBC Lester Holt last year that he ousted the FBI director James Comey because of the Russian investigation. What is so unusual about Trump is that he publicly forecasts his motivation in a way that's self-defeating and self-incriminating, one DOJ veteran told Insider. Trump's interview with the Daily Caller comes after a series of bombshell developments in the Russian investigation, indicating that the president is increasingly worried about what the special counsel Robert Mueller has on him. So this recent attack on Hillary is his last-ditch attempt. It should have gone on about a year and a half ago, proving that Donald Trump is now grasping at straws to attack Hillary. I'm all for it, by the way. Hillary needs to be investigated. No question about it, but this should have happened a year and a half ago. It's too little too late, in my opinion, but bring it. Hillary wants to run for president again in 2020, and you Republicans should gear up for that, because this woman is super powerful, probably more powerful than Donald Trump. She has about as much power in America right now as Vladimir Putin does. Unlike Donald Trump, who's kind of without power. David, have you seen this? I think I have. Hey, at Real Donald Trump, being Saudi Arabia's bitch is not America's first. Yeah, there you go. I like that one. Thank you. You culled this particular tweet from your list of tweets. Yeah, I thought that Donald Trump should never have gone over there and did the whole dance thing. That was really ridiculous. But now that we've done it, of course we want to have good relations with Saudi Arabia, but geez, do we have to go over there and dance? Share bodily fluid? Did they do a blood ritual? I mean, how weird did it get? I want to know. Inquiring minds need to know. Okay, so we're seeing higher cost turkeys. What's the most you spent on your turkey? Did anyone spend $65 on their turkey or more? Press 1 if you did. Yeah, I've seen a few ones that are really, really expensive. I don't know how they could charge $65 for a free-range, organic, non-genetically modified turkey. Hey, you got something there. A little abandoned house packed with random stuff. Wow. So no one spent more than $65. Good. Check out these great wasteful videos we have for tonight. Scissorfight finds these online. Thank you, Scissorfight. Urban exploring with Cappy. They're all abandoned houses. Isn't this great? Oh yeah, Black Mold Central. Wow. You can just decorate the walls with black mold on that one. I guess 1 is the loneliest number here. 1 is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. 2 can be as lonely as 1, but the number 1 is the only one. Oh yeah. Hey, so you're not a turkey fan, but you got a turkey? Yeah. That's we got this thank you. We got this amazing deal, 99 cents a pound. So we just bought a 13-pound turkey and made it for our holiday dinner. It's fantastic. I need to see a picture of Hector Hernandez before the tumor was removed. We just saw a guy who had a 70-pound tumor removed from his stomach. Finally, I get a picture. People has it. Okay, so folks, if you're looking at a beer belly right now, and I know a lot of you folks drink a lot of beer, and you're sitting there with a guy with a beer belly like that, that's not a beer belly. He had that tumor removed. That's a 77-pound tumor. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Imagine how he feels now. Yeah. Isn't that amazing? He looks like a new man there. Look at that. Happy? Yeah, dang. Apparently the tumor grows underneath the fat cells near the abdomen. So if you have a tumor like belly, you may want to check that out and get it removed. Yeah. I think some people have bellies like that. Hector Hernandez assumed that his growing gut meant that he was just fat. 47 years old. He didn't think much of his stomach until he realized it continued to grow while his arms and legs shrunk. He hit 300 pounds, began experiencing health problems like constipation, heartburn, trouble breathing. Went to the doctor finally, and they said, you got a tumor. A retroperitoneal liposarcoma, a rare and malignant type of cancerous tumor that develops in fat cells. So yeah, you don't want to have a gut like that. Ask your doctor. So I just talked to Putin I discussed an impenetrable cybersecurity unit so that election hacking and many other negative things will be guarded. Oh yeah, so he was in touch with Putin then to try to rig our elections. And he wrote about it in 2017. I mean, this right here is impeachable, what he wrote on Twitter. This is an impeachable offense, colluding with Russia to handle our cybersecurity units. This is unbelievable. Yeah, well, it's a serious disease. Yeah. It's kind of funny when I finally get into my rhythm, the show's nearing its end, you know? Takes me about 3 hours to warm up. Well, check your beer belly out, man. Yeah, I'm thinking of, let's all just reach down and grab our fat. What do you say? Some of you who are on workout schedules where you hit the bike every day and you don't have any fat. Okay, I'm just going to reach down and grab my fat. Hey, I know it's frustrating. It really is. I still am trying to get rid of my 2 inches of subcutaneous baby fat. David, people who work for the U.S. government should not be allowed to be fat. Well, we talked about having a minimum body weight index to work for the government. I've actually considered that. I go into so many social service offices and look around and I see one big fat ass after another. You wouldn't believe it, and they're all going out to lunch. So I think a lot of our social welfare people are just a bunch of fat ass people that sit there and just suck in the federal dollars and don't give a crap about the people. So we'll be phasing out a lot of those jobs. Anybody with a body mass index above 20% will probably be cut. What, Dave? Don't say that. Is that fattest? Am I fat shaming you? Well, I think there's a limit to how much you should eat for lunch if you're a government employee and you're wasting our tax dollars just having lunch. I am Digital Dave, digital audio video entity. All right, let's take a look. Junkyard satellite first start in 10 years. Oh, this is a good one. Yeah, that'll be good. These guys start trucks from nothing. They haven't had any gas in their carburetor for at least 20 years. 10 years. We'll play this tonight. There's too much excess in our country. I can't legislate it out of existence. I just think we have to look at new regulations for our federal employees. I think if there was a tweak that we could do without causing too much pain, we'd do it. It's just, they are requiring more medication. That's right, Howie. And the fact is their weight problem will be a huge healthcare risk for our country as well as for them. And it's in their best interest in the general welfare for them to not have over 20% body mass index. Okay, I just pulled that out of a random number. I don't know what I don't think 20% will be the right number, but whatever. Yeah, a 24-ounce ribeye is too much for lunch. It is. Your body can't even digest that food over a 3-day period. I go to the buffet periodically. I try to minimize my use of meat. I generally don't eat more than 8 ounces of beef at a time. They say that beef is a little bit, could be bad for your prostate. So I cut back on meat byproducts. David, I have a doctor who's fat as beep, but she works 80 hours a week and is the best doctor I've ever seen. Well, she's a high risk for a heart attack. Your doctor is a workaholic who is in need of some serious intervention. I would recommend she get gastric bypass treatment. I know a couple people who've done it. They've really benefited from it. I know the Mad Dog did that, didn't he? Yeah, protein, minimize your use of beef because of the simple fact that it does lead to ongoing health risks. Well, all I can tell you, I've known a few really obese doctors. Generally, doctors don't follow any standard of personal health. They are the worst with their diet, too. The most doctors generally don't even care about diet. If you ask them, what should I eat, doctor? They'll say, well, just check, a usual diet plan will be good enough. We'll have our dietitian meet with you and feed you Roundup. Something like that. Something like that. Exactly what are you posting there, Ghost? Well, most people who are really overweight, Howie, don't even have a toilet problem. They rarely even use toilet paper. They just go to the bathroom in their bathtubs with a hand massager. And they just open the drain. A little known trick that most fat people don't talk about. Did you ever see whatever's eating Gilbert Grape? Yeah, it's pretty funny. Well, a lot of people who don't use toilet paper buy high-end Japanese bidets and then sell their houses with the bidet in it so they don't have a bidet anymore. And they go, I don't have a bidet. Yeah, time to get a bidet, buddy. Yeah, they just sit they just hang their butt over the edge of the bathtub and, defecate in their drain. You didn't know that? Oh, I'm sorry. What's in the Vatican basement may shock you. Blue Raven. We just found out that the Vatican, that's going to be good, thank you. We just found out that the Vatican has been funding changing the laws in New York so that pedophiles can get away with pedophilia. The Vatican spent $2.1 million in lobbying fees to control the votes in New York to prevent pedophiles from being called out. Oh yeah, not only is Pope Francis not saying something about Cardinal McCarrick and his alleged 2 sexual encounters with 2 little boys, altar boys, but Pope Francis hasn't even spoken about the 300 known pedophile attacks against 1,000 kids in Pennsylvania. Hey, I'll add that to the Vatican section too. I've got a Vatican collection here, I think. I try to keep track of all my links. I've got tons of playlists now on YouTube. Yeah, Vatican section. Thanks there, Blue Raven. Aquam, what do you have?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Andrew, you have 4 different registrations. You have 5 tickets. They go back to 2004, 2005, and 2006. Can you prosecute those tickets?
No, Your Honor, not from 04, 05.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at this this adjudication going down in Providence, Rhode Island. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, we'll get to that later. All right. Ban obesity. No, I don't think banning obesity is what we do, but not hiring employees, we can certainly set a bar. The government can set a bar for health. We can certainly do drug testing, and we can certainly set a bar with weight and body mass index. I just don't know the legal loopholes we'll have to jump through with human resources. It could get dicey. Some fat-ass bureaucrat might just say, well, I'm going to take all my money and severance and sue the hell out of you. Well, okay, because we're not going to give you a severance. Please, folks, if you're overweight, I'm not trying to shame you here, okay? Yeah. There are people overweight all over the country who are workaholics that they're going to put a burden on our society if they keep it up. They'll be huffing and puffing. They won't even know if they have tumors in their belly or fat, like that guy I just showed you. No, I just want everyone to know that it's in your best interest to lose some weight. And I know it's hard, but not having a job when you're trying to lose weight might be a little easier for you. It's just that working while you're trying to lose weight, you're so tempted to go out to Jack in the Box, Wendy's, and Arby's in one fell swoop. I mean, after all, you are driving in a circle, right? What's going on? I don't know. What's happening with my hair? I don't know. Tomorrow I'll go the other direction. Today will be this direction. Tomorrow will be the other direction. I know. They'll just use my intelligence anyway. Walmart is storing drone footage. Oh, the Vatican again? Okay, I got that link, man. You don't have to keep posting it. Let's not fund city projects that help Democrats continue to fund city projects. Let's stop studying studies that determine how much we need to study. Let's start fixing the problem with the environment instead of taxing. The carbon point tax legislation the Democrats have pushed is a disaster. Let's just start fixing the environmental crisis, starting with you. What if I made it so that everybody in America had an 800 number to call in to report a muffler that's spewing crap into the atmosphere? And we had a team that would send a local state official out to look at your muffler if they get 3 people complaining about your particular muffler. So we get 3 calls with your muffler and your ID, your license number. We'll send a person out there to look at it. As opposed to a massive multi-million-dollar wasteful industry in California, which forces people to get smog checks every other year at a huge cost in an underworld corrupt ring of people sticking rags and mufflers to try to tweak results so that somebody can walk out with their muffler cleared. I mean, this is ridiculous. We're spending so much money on a wasteful infrastructure of smog testing when we just need to get the bad guys, troubleshoot the bad guys. Don't just make it so that everybody has to pay $100, $200 a year or every other year to get a smog check. It's ridiculous. And tell California to go take a hike and stop this ridiculous oppression of smog checks. I think that is genius. Just get an 800 number for complaints. And while we're at it, let's go ahead and get an 800 number for all complaints. Like, say your neighbor's a Muslim and she's forcing her child to marry her rapist. You and 2 other people could call in Sharia law and complain about a Sharia law violation in your area. Trump's not doing that. Trump's got nothing going on. Trump's not even preventing 24 encampments of Muslims from arming up right now. And let me repeat, Trump is also encouraging illegal aliens to come over our border by giving them food stamps. How many illegal aliens in America are getting food stamps? Tons of them. What are we going to do about that? Trump hasn't done diddly squat about that. Whatever diddly squat is. Yeah, I just described the entire government, actually, Eric. Eric, don't you think it's time to hit on that Roundup bong of yours? Dr. Colosmy says, isn't that what 9/11 is for? All complaints. Yeah, right. Get 9/11 on the phone and you get, how can I help you, Mr. Well, your name is Sponheim? Spinholm? How can I provide you with most excrement service? I don't think so. 911 doesn't even address complaints. Did you hear about that little boy that 14-year-old boy got trapped at the back of his mom's Honda Odyssey looking for his cell phone? Oh, it's so sad. He managed to find his cell phone, but the Odyssey has a bed that literally folds into itself. It's like a seat that folds into itself. He got caught in there. He made a desperate plea to get them to find him. He didn't know exactly where the car was parked. One call went through. The first lady said, oh, this is a big joke, and I blew it off. The next call came through about an hour later, and he could barely breathe because he was choking off at the... I can do whatever I want, mate. He was choking from, being trapped in the seat. He was like barely breathing, and he actually said his last words to the 911 call until they finally actually found him an hour and a half later, smothered to death in his mom's Odyssey. Dead. He even had a cell phone. Thanks, 911. It's disgusting. Thank you, Anita. Hey, everybody, we're going to say good night for a while. We'll be up until 2 in the morning with movies galore. But you guys, you're talking to the guy who's going to be making and changing the policies in America from the middle of the political spectrum. We cannot possibly expect the Democrats or Republicans who failed for decades now to do anything. We can't expect these people to get anything done. They are failing left and right, and we have a plan, a really good plan on our website, America's Third Party. You can check out our platform, and also our old site has all of the information that we started with before the hack started and we started getting attacked from the Russians. We had numerous hacks from Russia against our site, and I'm the one who's been exposing the Russian involvement in Donald Trump from the very beginning, so we're still being censored heavily here. All right, sounds good. And this is a nonstop movement, free of charge. You guys can hang out and talk and participate anytime you want. Free works. And really, the American people are going to realize that we're going to need something that is not bought off like the two-party system. We need real, honest people in government who are not for profit like the current two parties that we have right now. It's unfortunate. So we're going to keep this going until we just can't. We can't stop, and we won't stop. We'll see you later, everyone. Take care. Good night. Have a good one.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.